I think it's live. We'll give it a second to catch up. Yeah, we are live on YouTube. Let me open up TikTok Studio again. That seemed to have taken care of it. I don't know why when I open up TikTok Studio, it no longer like OBS no longer can make any changes to the settings. It's almost like they're robbing the hardware. Like TikTok and OBS are fighting for the hardware settings. You know what? I could have tried that with Streamlabs. I didn't. We are live though now on TikTok and on YouTube. We should be good to go. Sorry for the delay there, friends. Had a little bit of a fight between OBS and TikTok Studio. I think they figured it out. All right, let me guest up into our TikTok. Okay, that's good to go. And then we need Ian and Blitz in the stream. Awesome. Then we'll just grab Blitz here in a second. There is the request from the good doctor. All right, Dr. Blitz is in. Almost in. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. I think we're good now. I think we're connected everywhere. Welcome in, friends. Yeah, so guys, I've been trying a new plugin or new piece of software that offers a web output that you can use as a custom doc in Streamlabs and in Streamlabs and in OBS, or anywhere you want. And it works really well. So I've got all my chats and super chats now integrated into OBS and integrated into Streamlabs, so you don't have to have a separate window open with just the super chats. You don't need to run any weird software to show the super chat on screen. You can just click on it and it'll show it. It's super helpful. Yeah, I made a short video about it and I send it over to Polypolitics. I'll send it to the Discord as well. Yeah. Hold on. There you go. They can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. They're still saying the doc is silent, but
it's delayed.
It takes a bit, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
About 20 seconds.
It was also an issue for Ian, apparently.
Yeah.
For me?
Yeah.
Just mouth words. It's funnier that way.
They should all hear you now. They should all hear you now. I did find, I tested the limits of Video Ninja, and I ran like a real decent 4K camera into Video Ninja and then fed the stream over to my computer. And I could not get the video and the audio to sync up. The video was like a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds delayed. I'm curious what the capabilities of are on Video Ninja. I just don't think it's set up well for sending 4K video. Like, you have to downscale it.
Sure.
You should contact the people at AXP because they have a pretty robust setup, and I think they use Video Ninja. And so some of their technical people might be able to help you out and figure out what they do.
Yeah, they've got like a delay with the video and the audio, and they sync it up like behind the scenes.
Oh, they do.
We're just raw dogging the video audio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to have like an entire operation for this kind of thing?
Like a whole team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they had to start somewhere. I actually don't know how they started.
I think they started on like public access television.
Oh, okay. And then people would, and they probably had a real phone line that people could call in.
Yeah. All right, I think we've got somebody in the guest box. Let's bring them in.
That we do. I have a big bug bite on my arm.
It looks like Roger. Welcome in, Roger.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Fantastic. How is your debate going today?
We just started.
Yeah, we just started.
Oh, I'm a professor at Harvard, and I've come to educate you bastards. I hope you're ready for a Rogering.
Yeah, it sounds like a troll. Did you want to like take a second to compose yourself and talk like a real person, or do you want to get kicked immediately?
Would you like me to speak German?
No, we want you to speak English, but not like a douche nozzle.
What are you a professor in?
Du bist ein grobsen Masturboren-Scheißenfresser. Auf Wiedersehen.
Okay.
Did he ask us if we masturbate? Something I missed
so.
some of those words. Yeah, I know do best. Oh well. That's a weird troll because usually we get trolls from friends of ours. He didn't sound like he sounded like a theist that just wanted to troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, also he was putting on an accent for like being a Harvard professor.
Yeah.
Like Harvard's in the United States, bro.
I couldn't figure that one out. Why does a Harvard professor require an accent?
True.
Like if he said Oxford, like maybe, but
yeah.
Like Harvard's what is it? Harvard's in Boston. Like you think that or it's in Cambridge, right? But
Well, listen, friends, if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen. It's also in the description of the video. It's tinyurl.com/UA-guest. You can get into the conversation. We'd love to talk to you. If you're watching on TikTok, do the same thing. Don't request using TikTok. We can't talk to you that way. But do put into your search box tinyurl.com/UA-guest. And tell us about your God, why you believe in your God, and why we should believe in your God.
Yeah. It'd be really good if they did that, actually. Because if it's true, I'd love to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and so the funny thing is, like, if somebody actually presented a compelling evidence for God, I don't know how, it wouldn't drastically change my experience in the world. Because it still wouldn't be like Allah or Yahweh or Jesus. That would never be the case. It would be a generic God, and it seems like that generic God really wouldn't care too much about us believing in it. So it's not like I need to change my entire life now to please this God. Well, it doesn't seem like that would be the case.
You're telling me you wouldn't go back to seminary?
I certainly would not.
God exists, therefore Yahweh, the Bronze Age deity, exists.
Right, yeah.
I mean, like, obviously.
I don't know. That's a good point. I mean, I think like the biggest way that it would change my life if somebody proved deism to me is that I'd probably switch the topics of my debates.
Yeah, I would probably just start running that argument and flip the script. I'm a theist. Exactly. Tell me why God doesn't exist, right?
Can I ask you about, I don't know if you've ever heard this argument before, but I think it's interesting and I'm not sure. It seems like it would require like non-trivial math responses to it. But the argument is this, that if you're, say that you exist, it's more likely that, if given like the fact that you exist, it's more likely that 10 people exist than just one person exists. Would you agree with that?
So it depends on what the data, it depends on what's like given here. Are we saying that like, given that I exist, and therefore that the conditions to produce something like me exist? Because if that's the data that we're predicating our argument off of, then yes, I would say so. But in the absence of like any additional data, I don't think that it follows.
Interesting.
I mean, just think about the Boltzmann brain. That's why I say that.
Sure.
Like it's more likely that one Boltzmann brain exists than 10.
Sure, that's interesting because the next step in the argument is to say that it's infinitely more likely that infinite people exist given your existence rather than just like some finite number.
I infinitely more likely that infinite people exist. Yeah, I don't think that follows at all. In fact, I think that that's probably false.
Okay. No, I don't know. I'll have to. Are you familiar with Matthew Edelstein?
No, but he's probably related to me. Like,
yeah, sounds about right.
No, I don't know. He runs a blog. He debated Matt Dillahunty recently on Fine Tuning.
Oh, that guy.
That's fun.
Yeah, the Matt versus Matt debate. Listen, that was so embarrassing for a skinny Matt.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I liked his arguments, but I don't really think that he was engaging with what Dillahunty was saying. Like I do think like the arguments that he's putting forward are like non-trivial, but I don't think that they really addressed. Like I don't think that he was like really addressing what Dillahunty was saying.
No, he was kind of sticking to his script, and he was hoping he would drag Matt into his script, and Matt didn't really go for it.
Yeah. But I do think like one of the arguments that I do think was like very interesting. Blitz, maybe you should like watch like the opening statement for that. Matthew Edelstein's opening statement.
Where can I find it?
I'll send it to you.
In the meantime, we have another guest.
Yeah, and for all the guests waiting in the TikTok queue, you'll never get in. You are welcome to wait the entire live stream, but you'll never get in. We don't take guests over TikTok. You have to use the link on the screen.
There's got to be a way to fix that, by the way. There's got to be a way to be able to take, like,
so
there's got to be some clever way.
You can disable the guest box, but then
no,
then we can't
bring in guests from TikTok.
Oh, certainly there's a way. In fact, I'm pretty sure with an additional piece of hardware or a virtual machine, I could make it happen. I just haven't gone about it yet. It's a little complicated, but it's similar to what Parker and Dean are doing, where they run an audio cable between their phone and their computer so that you can transfer the TikTok audio to your PC. You could theoretically do that. You can just take the audio from your phone and run it to your PC so that you have an independent audio source for everything happening on TikTok. And then you can run that into Video Ninja, and then mute your microphone going into Video Ninja.
Is that why they always have a second account live with them?
It's not exactly why, but like there's more to it. Anyways, but that's not a great solution.
That's neither here nor there.
I don't want to do that.
No, that's true.
I think we could do something better with a virtual machine.
Anyway, we have a guest.
John, welcome in.
Oh, happy to be here.
John, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I'm 28 and I believe in my God.
Sure. And does your God have some kind of a name or identification?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Sure.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Cool. So you're a Christian. So
yes.
What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Grandpa.
Oh boy.
This guy a troll too?
Sounds like it.
What do you mean, Grandpa?
Oh, my grandpa. You believe?
What about him?
Grandpa D's none. No.
Can you elaborate?
Well, I mean, I trust him more than anyone, and I have no reason to believe he was wrong.
So God exists because your grandpa believes in God?
I did when he was here.
But could your grandpa just be wrong?
I don't know why he would.
Why would he be right?
I mean,
what's your reason for thinking
he's
all the
right?
Time? Yeah.
Premise one, my grandpa said it. Premise two, if my grandpa said it, it's true. Conclusion, God exists.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, it's valid.
Well, it's not true.
Told you it's a compelling argument.
It's certainly not.
If your grandpa said that like 2 + 2 is 5, would that make 2 + 2 equal to 5?
Yeah.
Okay, I think this guy's trolling.
Yeah. I trust him. At the end of the day, it comes down to trust. Right?
Yeah, so this is just a Harvard professor coming back under a different name. We'll move on to a real person. Before we do that, though, we got 2 super chats. We've got super chat in from Colin Stalker. Says, the dream team, love you guys. Each one of you is so talented. Best finger emoji of the week. What's that finger emoji supposed to mean? Best of the week?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that just means like good.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that, Colin. And our friend Larry Beck, again with 666, Big W says the Wild Bunch. Woohoo. Yeah, I mean, listen, the gang is back together. We're going to...
Summer is over.
It's going to be...
Get ready for a winter of darkness.
Yeah. Winter is coming. All right, well, let's get King into the discussion then.
Sounds
King,
good.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Well, we can hear you. King, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah, I'm 28 and a half. I do believe in a god.
Cool. And
hold on, I just have to stop this conversation really quick. Does anyone else hear King and Justin sounding exactly the same?
We do sound similar.
My best friend's actually named Justin, but I don't know that other dude.
I don't hear it at all.
Okay. All right. Just me. Anyway, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Okay. King, which god do you believe in?
I believe in the one God. You can call it whatever you want. God, source, the singularity, basically.
So you don't believe in like Allah or Jesus or Vishnu? It's just like a generic God that is the same as a singularity?
Yeah, I don't ascribe to a religion. But I do believe in a higher power God, yeah.
Do you think that... Sorry, go ahead, Ian.
I was just going to ask, do you think a mind created the universe?
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
Do you think a mind created the universe?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Okay, sure. Why? What kind of evidence or argument do you have for this?
Well, I mean, gravity. Gravity obviously exists. And,
Shaka when the towers fell.
Yeah.
Sorry, why does gravity mean that there's a god?
Well, to me, it's like that came from something, right? Why does
gravity came from something? What reason do we have to believe that that's the case?
Well, how did gravity come about?
Maybe it's always been.
Well, you see, that to me makes zero sense. There can't always have been.
Why not?
Why not?
It just doesn't make much sense to me. How is this an eternal thing that's always been? There was no beginning, and there will be no end.
So you think it doesn't make sense?
Don't make sense?
You think it doesn't make sense to have like a thing that has no beginning and no end that just eternally existed? You don't think a thing with those properties makes sense?
I think all the... No, I believe a God makes sense that created all those things.
So it is coherent to say that there's like a thing that has always existed, didn't start to exist, isn't going to go out of existence. You think that does make sense?
Oh, yeah, that does make sense.
Oh, cool. Then what's the problem with that applying to gravity?
Well, gravity's not God.
Okay, but why could it not have always existed?
Why couldn't gravity always existed?
He's asking, what is the problem with gravity existing forever? Why, in your mind, can it not exist forever?
Or must it not exist forever?
I believe
because that would be devastating to my argument, Your Honor. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I just don't believe that it came like poof out of nowhere.
We agree.
Neither do we.
So if it always existed, then it didn't poof out of nowhere, right? It didn't have a beginning.
Yeah, but I mean, what are the properties that make up gravity?
We call it space-time. Space-time curvature is what gravity is.
All right, okay, but what are those properties? Are those particles or?
No, it's space-time. Whatever space-time is, it's that.
Well, I mean, could you?
So like positions and locations.
Space-time.
Or positions and moments, rather. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the stars, the universe, how did that come about?
Well, the stars in the universe, I mean, the stars, we know how stars form. Stars form... Did he just leave?
I think he got a phone call. I heard the ringer, and then he dropped.
Yeah, so did I.
I wonder if he'll come back here in just a second. We'll give him a second to reconnect.
Okie doke.
Yeah, make sure you're dropping those likes if you're watching this on some other platform, though.
Watching on TikTok, on YouTube. Are we live streaming on Twitch right now?
We are not. We should, though.
I mean, we don't have to. Like, how many viewers do we usually get there?
Almost none. Listen, Twitch is not great for debate unless you're doing political debate.
Yeah.
I think my Twitch has done all right. It gets like a consistent like 40 viewers. That's pretty cool. There's like a consistent like 40 concurrent.
40's not zero.
Yeah, it adds up.
40 isn't zero.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that guest is coming back. We do have one other guest in the guest box. We could bring that guest in, and then the guest that was just here, we can just...
You can wait.
Yeah, he can wait. That's what happens if you take a phone call in the middle of a debate.
Yep, let's bring up Jay Patel.
All right, we'll bring Jay here in a second. From CW, thank you so much for the super chat. It says the Triumvirate... you guys know Triumvirate of unholiness. You guys are awesome. Well, thank you, CW. Now someone tell me, what's a Triumvirate?
It's a group of 3 people who make decisions or hold some sort of power.
Makes sense. Like a Trinity.
I know
Like
that
Trinity.
it specifically like the Triumvirate refers to like 3 Roman like powerful people. There were like 3 of them. I think maybe Julius Caesar was one of them. I have no idea.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I've seen it used in broader context in like sci-fi, but it's probably alluding to the Roman thing. They're like, oh, we have like our system of government is a triumvirate, but they're probably just taking that word and using it for like their political organization or whatever. But yeah, I guess it originates from Rome.
I think you're both right. The definition says a group of 3 men holding power. In particular, the first triumvirate, the unofficial coalition between Julius Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus in 60 BCE. So dope. I like that.
Anyway, I prefer the unholy trinity.
I like the unholy trinity. Welcome in, Jay. Can you hear us?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hey, how's it going?
Jay, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 33 years old and I am a Hindu and I believe in cow worshipping.
Fair enough. So I assume you believe traditionally in the Hindu religion?
Yes, we drink cow piss for breakfast.
This guy's a troll.
Yeah.
Du bist ein Grobster, Master Boris.
Oh, I was literally just writing that I bet this guy is a troll.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a troll. Makes you wonder though, like who's got that amount of free time that you're just gonna call into a show repeatedly to get hung up on?
I'm gonna be a little bit, maybe cancel me for this opinion. I suspect that what this is either a Muslim guy in India or a person in Pakistan who is trolling Hindus.
Interesting.
And the only reason I think that is because when we were getting DDoSed, a few weeks ago or whatever, I actually did some snooping and found that one of the IPs is located in India.
Oh.
Although I would presume that the VPN that they use, or I would presume they were all using VPNs.
That's possible. However, unless they've intentionally picked another country and they intentionally put on a fake accent, it just would be a little bit like, why?
Sure.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's like possible. It's like certainly a possibility. But hey, we currently have nobody requesting to join. If you want to join and debate, it's tinyurl.com/UAguest. It's right there on the screen. We're not taking people on TikTok. We're only taking people at tinyurl.com/UAguest. If you're a believer, if you think a mind created the universe, if you want to come discuss that, debate that with 3 God-hating atheists, then
they hate him.
Free.
He's the worst. He's worse than Voldemort.
Yeah. God L.
I'll never get over Christians asking me, how can you hate something you don't believe in? every day. It never fails.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, maybe like one non-minor presupposition in there.
Yeah.
No, I love that. I love just begging, or I love like a classic example, a textbook example of just like a loaded question. Yeah.
Isn't it great? I mean, Ian, did you ever stop beating your girlfriend?
I don't do that. I never did that.
Well, I think
exactly what a girlfriend beater would say.
That's exactly, yeah. In fact, if you beat your girlfriend right now, tell us you don't beat your girlfriend.
Drink your cup if you drink. Domestic violence isn't funny, and nobody should joke about it.
That's true. But
cancel me.
I don't know. I'm Dr. Blitz. We've talked about my ethical system. I'll yap for a second because we have nobody's willing to come and defend their god. But Blitz, you and I have talked about my ethical system. I think there's a way to salvage it. I think that virtue ethics.
You're referring to the problem that or the issue that I had with it the other day?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Praise science. Somebody showed up. I don't have to yap.
Thank the there's got to be a science word that starts with L and sounds like Lord. Well, anyway.
Thank the leader.
No, that's just sounds political. We have Msac.
Yeah. I'm sure this is not a troll. How you doing, Msac?
I'm good. How about you?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Msac, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a deity?
Yes, I am over 18 and I don't believe in God like really, but I hope there is a God.
Fair enough. So you're an atheist.
Not like that. I believe in God, but I believe in ancestral God, like clan God.
Can you elaborate on that?
Like my ancestor, my parents, grandfather, and their grandfather, ancestral.
Okay, sure. So, would you say that you believe in a being that created the universe?
Yes, I believe that. Not the universe, but each among us are like that.
Okay, but then we might just we might just not be talking about the same thing when we talk about God.
How do you explain that?
So when we're referring to the God being, we're typically referring to some sort of entity, a mind, a being that created the universe, or is responsible for sustaining the universe, something like that. But if you're not referring to that, then we might not have a substantial disagreement, at least on this topic.
And why would you think that God would be exception from us?
Sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean exception?
Like you are like pushing him away from us, like he's not part of us.
Well, I mean, look, so if this being is responsible for creating the universe, then it couldn't be something like us because we're in the universe.
And why would you think that God would create the universe?
Well, that's just what we mean by the word.
No. God can be a thing which can create universe. If it can, then he would create many universe. There would be like infinity God.
When we say God doesn't exist, what we're saying is that there isn't a mind that created the universe. If you agree that there isn't a mind that created the universe, then you agree with us that God isn't real.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so then we disagree.
I mean, like we might disagree on other things, but that's just not the subject of the conversation today.
So what is the subject of conversation?
The subject of the conversation is whether or not there exists a mind that created the universe.
A mind? I can say yes, sure.
Okay, so you think that a mind created the universe. Why do you think that?
Yes. Because there are everything in a place where it should be. Like our society, our human nature, animal, chemicals, hormones, all are in a place, which is perfect for the life to sustain.
Do you think cancer is perfect?
Yeah, cancer is perfect.
Okay, I take that as a reductio to the view.
Yeah, it maintains the balance.
Oh, no, that's not true. If you have like a basic understanding of like differential equations, you would understand that these populations, like the sizes of them would kind of just sort themselves out on their own, that there's a carrying capacity and that the population size is just naturally going to tend towards the carrying capacity, and that would exist even if cancer didn't. But also, if you think cancer is perfect, should we stop trying to cure it?
No. Cancer is just a mutation to kill something.
Should we stop trying to cure it?
No. It is not about we want to cure it or not. cancer is a thing which want to evolve from its host.
This just feels like a dodge. So are you saying that yes, we should cure it, or no, we shouldn't cure it? I'm unclear.
If you can, then cure it. If you can't, then you don't have to cure it.
I take that as a reductio to the view, saying that it would be like ethical to not cure cancer if you had the ability to. I think that's crazy.
No. If you can cure it, then if you can cure it, then you have the plan in your mind that you already wanted to cure the cancer, so there is no option.
I don't know what that means. That sentence
is
like
unparsable
to me.
If you wanted to cure the cancer and you got the cancer immune system in your body, then you are allegedly trying to cure the cancer.
I didn't. Yeah, this is like the second time in a row. I just can't parse that sentence. I have no idea what that means.
Sorry, man. I'm not good at English. I'm not good at English. So sorry.
Why don't I just ask a simpler version? If you had a button in front of you, big old red button in front of you, that when you pushed it, if you pushed it, would cure cancer everywhere, would you push the button?
I would push it, but another cancer will come.
But it would cure the cancer.
Yeah, it will cure the cancer, but another version of the cancer comes. The version we wanted to cure the cancer is already been eliminated. So another one will come.
I have no fucking idea what this guy is talking about.
Because that is the evolution.
So,
because that is the evolution of of anything.
Msac, so you sound really nice. Like I'm sure you're a really decent individual, but I think for me the language barrier is getting hard to follow. Like I'm having a little bit of trouble tracking the conversation. And so I think for that reason we have to move on to the next cast, because I think our audience is having trouble following along as well. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just we have to be able to engage in the conversation from all sides. You know what I mean?
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, you're
Don't
fine.
worry.
You're fine, Msac.
All right. Cheers, friend.
Take care, okay? We have some super chats to read before we bring on the next guest.
Yeah, we got 4 super chats, and I think he was doing his best. It's just the language barrier is a bit much. Miko,
I always feel bad about that.
Great to see you, friend. It says Jeremiah 7:31, burn their sons in the fire I didn't command. Was the problem the burning of sons or the burning of sons specifically to Molech? Yeah, so the general idea is that you're doing an unauthorized sacrifice. Yahweh does, in fact, call or even command for sacrifice in certain occasions, In fact, he says in Leviticus, and no human being devoted to destruction is allowed to be ransomed. You must execute them through the harem. So yeah, I mean, God, so he's cool with it. A typical, although just to be clear, if you're a theist, that doesn't mean you should burn people alive. Please don't do that. It says the idea of God is big enough to affect the world in every real ways. So the existence of God doesn't matter so much as the real world affects religion. You guys catch that one?
Yeah, he's just saying that the idea of God is very powerful in this world, and so even if whether or not God exists, it's kind of irrelevant to like the actual fact that people believe in God and take actions based on that, and that's true.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fair point. You're saying the idea of God is powerful, even if God is or isn't real. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I agree. So is the tooth fairy, peace be upon her, who brings us money for our teeth. I mean, that's a very powerful thing for children.
Peace be upon her.
Yeah, that's right. Eat some shorts says praise Lawrence. Big W. Thank you for that.
We could do that. Yeah, we could say like thank Lawrence or something like that instead of thank the Lord.
Absolutely. And from our friend Adam, thank you for the super chat. Says ironically, the founder of Hindutva was an atheist, or at least agnostical. I didn't know that.
So Hindutva is a political ideology. It's Hindu nationalism, basically.
Oh,
interesting.
But I guess he was an agnostic or something.
Well, and to be clear, there's like variants of Hinduism that are atheistic. You might hold that, I never know which one, whatever the word for like ultimate reality. I don't know if it's Brahma or Brahman. Whichever one it is, there's like conceptions of this that are atheistic, where it's just like a metaphysical, like idealist principle rather than like a mind.
Right. Yeah, so we've got a couple of people in our guest queue. I think Jesus is the truth was in line next. So we'll grab grab Jesus. How you doing, Jesus?
Mr. The Truth, are you there?
Jesus is on mute. Did you wait all this time in the guest box to not pay attention? It was your turn?
Mr. JIST Truth. Sorry, JIT Truth. It's, you know, like J.R.R. Tolkien or something like that. It's a 3-letter initial.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
We got you. Yeah, we got you now. You got some red bars, but I think it'll work.
I'm growing skeptical.
You shouldn't have his video on.
Yeah, turn your video off real quick and see if that...
No, Justin, you shouldn't have their videos come on by default.
I can just turn it off.
Yeah, I think Jesus is the truth. Your connection.
He got that Jesus Wi-Fi. He has a ping of 3 days.
Jesus, how about you get your Wi-Fi audio situation sorted out? It's not workable, and we can talk if you get it sorted out.
Yeah. So we're going to drop you down. Jesus is not truth. Coming back when you figure out how to get connected to your home Wi-Fi. And we'll try again. I think Paul was next, and then we've got Christian, and then Ash. Welcome in, Paul.
Astrid.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Paul?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Paul, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a deity?
Yes, to both.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I'm theist or deist, whatever it's called, but no specific.
Okay, so you just believe in like a...
You said Spinoza's God? That's like pantheism?
Sorry?
Did you say Spinoza's God?
No. Just like a plain old deist.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah. So you do think a mind created the universe?
That's right. I just wanted to discuss fine-tuning. I just want to start by saying I'm a big fan of you guys. I was curious, do I have to follow the same format as in Ian's Lives, where it's that you have to present kind of like a formal argument? Or is this like more...
I mean, ideally, so all three of us here are inclined to formal arguments because they're a lot easier to parse. So if you can present one, rather than kind of just talking about it, like kind of talking about the argument, that would be better. But if it's hard to formalize, that's fine too.
I guess that's fine. I know that there's like very good rebuttals to the fine tuning, and that's really all I wanted to talk about. But I guess I'll just formalize it. So the universe is finely tuned. A finely tuned universe necessitates a creator. Therefore, there is a creator. But I know you're going to reject the premise, but I'm curious about how.
I would also reject. I mean, we can talk about either premise. I think that both premises weren't talking about. In fact, I think it's perhaps better to talk about the second premise. Suppose that the universe is finely tuned, insofar as the constants that describe the universe are contingent. Suppose that is the case. Why is it better explained by the existence of a god?
Well, and I'm sorry, he made like a much stronger claim that it necessitates a god, not that it's better explained by
that's a fair point. Yeah. So why does fine tuning necessitate a god? That's actually a good.
Let me think about that for a moment.
I think,
and if you want to weaken it and say that it points to a god or something like that, then that's fine too.
I would for sure weaken this claim. By the way, I think that you should definitely be running like it's evidence for a god rather than it like necessitates one.
Okay.
So what makes you think that it's evidence? What makes you think that this, let's suppose this supposed fact of fine tuning, why is that well explained by a god? Because that's what we mean by evidence, right? That you have some hypothesis that explains well the data that you have.
So this is my way of understanding it, and just if you could point out where the fallacy is, that'd be helpful. Like, the universe could have been in any of, like, let's say an infinite number of different states, which I think maybe you're going to tell me is not necessarily true. The universe, like the one universe, is in this one particularly finely tuned state. So this would be evidence that a creator or a mind that created the universe created the specific like cosmological constants and ratios that made this particular universe.
Well, so surely you don't mean that just because the universe has a set of constants, that it means that those constants must have been chosen.
Correct.
For the same reason that we wouldn't say that the Powerball numbers are finely tuned because they are just some random arrangement of numbers, then it could have been very, very different.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Presumably you mean something closer to, they are these specific constants, and these constants are special in that they admit they permit the existence of life, right? Something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So the only issue that I have with this, and I don't know the best way to formalize it, so I'll kind of just talk about it, and maybe Ian or Justin can help me out with explaining what I'm trying to convey, is that it seems like there are kind of two options here. On the one hand, it's conceivable that there's only one set or a very, very small range of possible constants that could permit life. In which case, the God being is constrained by that possibility and then chose to create, because that God being wanted to create life or create a universe with life in it, that God being was forced to pick constants that fall within that range. In which case, we still don't have an explanation as to why it's only those constants that permit life. Like why is our universe set up in such a way that there's only a small range of constants that permit life? The second question is, suppose that there isn't some external constraint that constrains God's ability to create life or create a life-permitting universe. Then we have this idea that God could have created a life-permitting universe in an infinite number of ways, but still chose this particular way. And it seems like whichever way you go, we don't have an explanation as to why these are the constants that were picked.
I'm not sure if I followed through all of that. Sorry. So what's the, I guess like next burden that I have to?
Well, look. So the claim of the fine-tuning argument is that if God exists, then that provides a good explanation as to why the constants are the way they are. But whether or not those constants were either kind of externally constrained by some, consistency with the laws of physics or something like that, or not, we still don't have an account for why the constants are the way they are. If, on the one hand, there was some external constraint that constrained God, well, now we need to explain why is there that external constraint that forced God to create life in this particular way. On the other hand, if God...
My view would be that God chose these specific constants, not that there was some external...
Okay, sure. But then why didn't God just choose any other of the infinity of constants that he could have chosen and created life that way?
Not to interrupt, but I think one question we might want to know from Paul is, Paul, do you believe the God could make life from anything, or do you think he was constrained, as Dr. Blitz said?
I would say that the God's intention would be to create life by instilling some natural starting state of the universe and allowing it to play out. And then to respond to Dr. Blitz, I would say that, let's say that there's maybe, let's just pick a random number, like 20 different combinations, 20 different permutations of constant that would produce life. And then there's an infinite number of other permutations that they could exist that wouldn't permit life. And maybe God just arbitrarily picked one out of those 20 combinations.
Right, but
okay. So but then you're saying that there is some constraint, that there are ways that the universe could have been that God couldn't have produced life in.
Right.
Correct. Yeah, like for example,
which means that there's some constraint, right? That there's something more fundamental than even God's choices here. There's something about like the way the universe, like the way the laws of physics even are, that allows for that either picks out life being possible or not, and that's not determined by God.
Okay, so there's something. Is that really something that's like external to him, or like if he started the universe off with gravity like 1,000 times as strong and put all of the matter in it, and then allowed it to play out, isn't that like there's nothing really external to God there? There's just all of this stuff in the universe. There's space, there's time, and the cosmological constants, and then it just happens to not produce life.
Well, what I'm saying is that it seems like if we're granting that a God is all-powerful, and maybe you don't, but if we're granting that a God is all-powerful, I could imagine that this God could create a universe with any set of constants and still allow it to have life in it. There doesn't seem to be a logical contradiction there. There seems to be perhaps like a physical issue there, but that's just based off of how we understand physics rather than how God could have made the physics be.
Yeah.
Right, because presumably if the God exists and the God determined how physics works in every facet of the universe, then he could have made life out of anything. He could have said all life is going to be aluminum based. Like he could have just picked something.
Let's say God is not all powerful, or at the very least that his intention was simply to pick one out of the 20 permutations of the universe that would 14 billion years later naturally create life.
Okay, so
and then all he wants to do is passively create life.
So that's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so you don't believe that God is all powerful and could have made the universe any way it wanted to. It had some kind of constraint within the laws of physics?
Not that it has a constraint within the laws of physics, but that God is not necessarily all powerful. And if he wanted to create life out of gravity that's 1,000 times stronger, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do that.
So then the question is, why is it that our universe is such a way that you can't have life with super, super strong gravity? Like, why are those laws of physics that we have?
I'm just kind of picturing, like, you know, that the universe collapses or whatever, or the matter is too, like, comes together too densely, or whatever the case might be, that doesn't allow the chemical reactions to take place that forms life. But is that really something, like, what am I missing? Like, is that really something additional or external to God that it just can't, you know, these particular chemical reactions that produce amino acids don't take place?
Right. So gravity. There's kind of two issues here. So, and this is kind of what I'm getting at. So the way that we're thinking about the way that people traditionally think about the fine-tuning problem is they think of, okay, we have kind of like a form for what the laws of physics look like. You take Einstein's field equations, you take, you know, Lagrangian or quantum field theory from like the Lagrangian formalism, and there's just a few constants spread out. But there is a much, much deeper question that needs to be asked, which is, why do the laws of physics take those forms? It's not just about the tuning of the constants, because given that the laws of physics take those forms, then maybe you can say, well, that only when the constants are in such and such values can life of the kind that we're familiar with form. But there's a deeper question of, why do the laws of physics take those forms to begin with? Why does our universe have a finite speed of light rather than an infinite speed of light? Why do we need space-time curvature to describe gravity instead of, like, you know, some spring-like force or something like? So there's a much deeper question. And so the idea being that it seems like, given a God that's sufficiently powerful, which I grant that you don't believe in, if you have a sufficiently powerful God could have made an infinite number of God could have chosen an infinite number of possible ways to create a universe and then construct life in that universe in one form or another.
Okay, can I just repeat back to make sure that I'm following?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's certain relationships between things, like described by, like, the equations that you're talking about, like, let's say, like, mass and energy, or the finite speed of light, or the curvature of space-time, that are outside of the cosmological constants. And if I claimed that God also created these relationships intentionally, then he presumably would have been able to also, like, tweak the cosmological constants, in which case the fine-tuning of the universe doesn't point to God at all, because he could have made it any possible way. That's
essentially, yeah.
Okay. But then, so then let's say that so the finiteness of space, of the speed of light, or, like, the relationship between these things is outside of God's creation. So does that basically mean that there was, like, a universe before God created, which is a contradiction?
Well, not necessarily that there was a universe, but that that there's something constraining the way the universe was that didn't require God.
Okay. Is this necessarily a problem for my worldview, though, if there's no universe?
Perhaps not, but then so perhaps not. Perhaps you can say that, like, God exists in like a metaverse, and the metaverse obeys this you know, these the metaverse has this property that, you know, beings within it can create universes with arbitrary constants that so long as the laws of physics take a certain form. But now we're kind of just pushing the buck back, right?
So, but this doesn't like cause an infinite regress of like meta universes and then God has a God. It doesn't do that, right? Like it's just an open question, like why is the metaverse or whatever, like why does the universe necessarily have to have like a finite speed of light?
Right. So if we're forced to ask those questions, then if we're forced to remain kind of agnostic about this, like say, oh, it's just like why does gravity have to take the form of space-time curvature? Maybe it's just a mystery. Well, now I can say, okay, well, do we actually know that the constants? Like what I'm getting at is it seems like we have the same level of epistemic justification for thinking that the laws of physics, like the form of the laws of physics, are mysterious or perhaps necessary, as we do for saying that the constants within them are mysterious or perhaps necessary. At which point I think that we're kind of just out of luck. Like the argument just is like, well,
so
we just don't have a.
Okay, so
we just don't know. We should be agnostic.
Okay, so we're agnostic to why the nature of the universe is the way it is, but the thing about the fine tuning. I guess this just opens up like the second hypothesis. So there's two possibilities. Like either God created these constants, or the constants just were necessary.
Or there's a multiverse, and there's a natural process that selects them rather than a. I mean, because to be clear, if we're saying, well, maybe there is like this metaverse that God exists within that has fixed laws, and then the constants are chosen by God to create universes within it, that just sounds an awfully lot like a multiverse. Right. It's just you have a God picking the constants rather than some natural process.
Right. But doesn't it still point at God as being correct me if I'm wrong, like a more likely explanation for the constants being the way they are, rather than it just being something intrinsic to the universe?
Are we talking about given, like, so are we saying, like, look, maybe there's this metaverse stuff?
Given the facts that life was, or that the universe was in such a condition to produce life out of like an infinite possibilities, when we know that the way that the cosmological constants would have to be would need to be like there's only so many, like 20 different options, let's just say. Doesn't that still point at God?
And just to be clear, there is still an infinity of options, right? It's still a continuum. It's just the continuum is smaller, right?
Okay, like a smaller infinity.
It's like the difference in infinity between like the numbers between 0 and 1 and 0 and a billion, right?
If you're saying if the gravity was slightly higher, then you can make like the masses.
Yeah, like you could tweak them with like arbitrary precision and still get life. So it's still a continuum, but you know, like we can grant that like the space of possible is in some sense smaller. That's fine. Look, so the point is that if we can demonstrate that it's indeed the case that we are the only universe with these constants, then we can. I mean, traditionally there are what, 3 potential explanations for why the constants are the way they are. The first is that it's necessary. The second is that a God did it. And the third is that there's a multiverse. Those are kind of like the 3 explanations. Yeah. Now, if we can rule out this metaverse idea, that we're in fact the only universe that exists, well, then you can get rid of the multiverse idea. But then we now have this question as, like, we still have the open question about, like, why does it take this form rather than some other form? And then we just have to combat with like whether or not the constants are necessary. And that's also a good question. I think that's a question that we can't really establish. We can't really, you know, determine whether or not they are necessary or not. I don't think that we have a way that we can figure out a probability distribution for what the constants could have been either.
So presumably, like, your guys' view is that the constants are necessary if you don't believe in a God and don't believe in the multiverse. But then what's the reason for that belief over a God, except for like the other contradictions that exist in God, like separate from the fine-tuning argument?
Like, so generally, so I lean towards necessity because it seems cleaner. Like it seems like epistemologically, or not epistemologically, it seems like more theoretically virtuous. Because, you know, on the one hand, you can propose the existence of a necessary God that then imposes some sort of structure, or you can just propose that the physics are necessary and then do away with the God. It just seems like it's more theoretically virtuous. And that's also true. It's more theoretically virtuous than having a multiverse as well, in like the traditional cosmological sense. That's my reason anyway. I'm sure that Justin and Ian have other points, and I've been talking a lot.
Sure. I mean, I'd love to run like kind of in the same vein, like electrons and love. Let's say if you think that God is a mind that exists without a brain, that there's no necessary materials that are needed in order to have things like consciousness or like a mind, then presumably that means that God could have set the psychophysical laws, like the laws that determine how minds emerge, to be such that, you know, every electron has a mind. So what does this world have, this universe have, that it wouldn't be possible for a world of electrons who feel and are like make moral decisions and love and form relationships? Like, what does God want from this universe that he couldn't have gotten from that universe?
Can we just say that he found it more interesting to have complex structures, like stable chemical structures that were more complex than I like? Can we just be agnostic to that?
Not if you're running like an evidential thing. I mean, so evidential arguments work based on the evidence. So it's not like, okay, if there was like some like logical necessity going on here, then you could say like, well, possibly it's this thing. But there isn't, right? We're just evaluating evidence.
Okay, so he would have to have some reason to want it this way in order for okay.
Otherwise, you just kind of push the problem back, right? Like, like at that point, absent like considerations for the naturalistic universe, you know, naturalism doesn't explain fine tuning, and you don't explain why God wants fine tuning. So then it's like kind of, at that point, I'd say it's a wash, and you need to look at different evidence.
Fair enough. Okay, so I said maybe he just found it interesting, and you said why. Can I just say like it was a little exercise for him? Like you want to? No, that wouldn't make sense.
And presumably, if what he wants is complexity, maybe he could have made like the mental lives a lot more complex for the electrons that feel emotions and relationships, that their mental lives could have had like way more depth to them.
But what if he wanted
like
human chemical structure complexity? Like he wanted polyatomic molecules in a stable form.
But that's like really specific, right?
Yeah.
Like why want that?
Yeah. Then his desires are finely tuned.
Okay, so you're saying that this life that we see around us isn't particularly special because you could have had the same end goal with just electrons and love.
Yeah. I mean, so basically like what this runs on, what the fine-tuning argument runs on, is that God wants this world, he wants this universe, usually because it's like more morally valuable, it's more like relationship oriented, like all of those things. But the problem is that I think that you could have all of those things if reality was just a bunch of electrons with minds, and the laws were such that they could engage in like specific actions by being in like specific distances away from each other, or being in like groups of specific sizes. There's just like a lot of ways that you could go through and like specify the laws such that these experiences happen under like these circumstances in the electrons and love world, and then you would have exactly what you're looking for in that world as opposed to this one.
But if I hold to the belief that human minds are just like illusory from the way that our neurons are firing, but there's nothing more there than just like the way that the neurons are interacting with each other, then like electrons wouldn't have minds or love. And you would need to, if you had the goal of creating like quote unquote life, you would need to do it in this way with like complex structures.
So if you are a naturalist about the mind, which, you know, that's a reasonable thing to be, by the way, even as a theist, I think that that's reasonable, maybe. if you're a naturalist about the mind, then you're basically saying, well, the psychophysical laws, which is what Ian was referring to as like kind of like the laws of physics that allow for the for minds to arise, those psychophysical laws are just normal laws of physics where minds are just particular arrangements of physical matter. In which case, you're again saying, well, maybe he's just constrained. Maybe the laws of physics are just constrained, that the only way to give rise to minds in like this, or kind of like this meta way, is via having laws of physics like this, or psychophysical laws like this.
I think the problem's deeper than this, though, because I think that in virtue of being a theist, in virtue of saying that God is a mind that has no material basis to it, I think you're committed to saying psychophysically, there's no necessary connection between any state of matter and whether it gives rise to a mind, because God is a mind with no matter attached to it.
Presumably, I could just say that most minds, or most, most minds, or maybe I could say that like you don't necessarily need to have matter to have minds. But if it was God's goal to like create minds or something like that, this would be the way that he would have to do it, or want to do it.
I feel like that's just like a direct contradiction, because it sounds like you're saying like you don't need a specific like material arrangement for a mind, but also you do.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is that so you don't need a specific material arrangement for minds, because clearly God would be an example of that.
Yeah.
But if his goal was to create minds, and let's say he's not all powerful, he can't create another God. Wait, I guess I see the problem. Like maybe I could say some minds are derived from like neural connections. Some minds don't. And if he wants to create a mind but doesn't have the power to create a non-physical mind, then he would have to do it this way.
I guess it's like, it seems unclear and unmotivated to me why we would say that God wants like specifically neuronal minds as opposed to like the type of minds that he could instill a bunch of electrons with.
I think what Paul is saying is that perhaps God doesn't have the power to create these kinds of like non-matter-based minds, like non-minds, minds that are not just complex
what an electron minds would look like, and I don't think that that's such a thing. Like I think that if he's creating an electron with a mind, he's almost like I would say that's like outside of his power. Like,
so, Paul, am I correct in saying that like there's in your worldview there's, or at least in one possible understanding of your worldview, there's kind of two kinds of minds. There's this kind of non-material mind, which God has, and then there's the material mind, which is just like a super advanced computer, which is like what we have. And God has the power to create the latter, but not the power to create the former.
Correct.
I think that what then becomes finely tuned is the set of powers that God has. It's unclear, unless you have like a specific motivation for why he has like these powers as opposed to like those powers. I guess like the hypothesis would be postulating an unexplained fine-tuning of God's powers to do some things but not others.
Sir, do you mind repeating that one more time?
Yeah, it seems like you push the issue of fine-tuning away from like the constants of the universe and to like this specific set of combinations of powers that God has. God, it's unexplained, and maybe you have an explanation, you know, I don't want to be presumptuous, but if you don't have an explanation for why God has these powers as opposed to like all possible powers, then I guess it just seems like what's finely tuned at that point is why God has these powers as opposed to like every possible power.
Well, that doesn't seem really finely tuned to me, because if you just start off with the basic explanation that there is a God, so there's a mind that created the universe, that's not infinitely powerful, like it doesn't seem silly to me to think that he just would not be able to create electrons with love. Like that doesn't seem finely tuned at all. It just seems like an obvious trait that like if anything like would be difficult to have. So it's a mind that's like always existed in created the universe and was able to create matter. Was able to create matter. Was able to create space-time and the cosmological constants is the two things that he would have created. But that's like not that many things. Like that doesn't even seem finely tuned to me.
So he has the power to create like the universe, like all these, like particle fields, the constants, the laws of physics, all of this matter. He has the power to do all of this stuff. But then, I guess what would explain the fact that he has the power to do all of this stuff, but doesn't have the power to do like all possible things? It seems like his power level is just completely arbitrary.
Well, he like I said before, like the non-physical mind that he would be creating is God. Like we've defined that as God, and it seems non-arbitrary to me that God cannot create other gods. Like this just seems like it would be an obvious limitation is power that he could create space-time and cosmological constants, but can't create other gods.
So Paul, and perhaps this is a way out for you, Paul. Would you say that like the set of powers that God has is the minimal set of powers necessary to create a universe like our own?
I don't necessarily hold to that belief, but sure, yeah, like we could say that for
because
now.
if you held that view, I don't think.
But that would seem finely tuned to me, actually. That he has.
It wouldn't seem finely tuned, but it is post hoc, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's just saying, like, given the data of our universe, let's just propose something that can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe he has additional powers other than the two that I mentioned, but definitely not to create minds that do not have matter. That doesn't seem post hoc to me either.
Oh, and to be clear, these minds would have matter. They would just like their matter would be like electrons. Like he would imbue electrons with like souls or whatnot. Something of that sort. It's also not clear to me why he couldn't create like another god. That also is not intuitive to me.
Well, I don't think that it's like sorry, say that last part again.
It's also unclear to me why God couldn't create more gods. I'm not entirely clear. Like, okay, I understand if God, especially if you think God's all good, then it seems like the gods would just always agree. Maybe I understand like an issue, like if you have two gods who aren't all good, their wills don't align, then I could understand why that leads to contradictions. But if you think that, I don't see why God couldn't create another god whose will perfectly aligns with his own.
God couldn't create another god. Well, could I just have a second to think about that?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's just non-arbitrary. Like I personally happen to hold to the belief that he can create physical things, but can't create non-physical, metaphysical things. And maybe I'm just like pushing or kicking the bucket down further the line. Like why can't he do that? But
I mean, there's an interesting question as to why wouldn't he be able to do that? I mean, if we think of like you and I, like we can create. I'm going to assume, Paul, I'm going to assume your sex here. Do you have XY chromosomes, or do you likely have XY chromosomes?
Yes.
Okay. So you and I,
well, as far as I
can't
know,
create biological life, right? But we can create, perhaps if we were clever enough, we could create like machine life. We could create machine minds.
Sure.
We're just incapable. But there's an explanation as to why we are incapable, and it's because we don't have the correct organs to do it, basically. So typically, when we say that there is some sort of restriction on something, we usually expect that there's an explanation for that restriction. So there's perhaps something that's at least worthy of investigation in that regard, as to what is the thing that's stopping this, like what is the this restriction, the limitation, as people like to say, stopping this god from having that power. That's certainly a question that's valuable. But another question that's perhaps interesting and worth thinking about is, if we take God's power to be able to choose the constants of the universe that determine its behavior, well, surely we could understand and with the goal of creating minds, surely we understand that one of those constants, perhaps it's not a fundamental constant, but one of those constants would be like the necessary scale at which a complicated network becomes a mind, right? I mean, like in our universe, it seems like we don't say that, a solar-powered calculator has a mind, but we would say that a few trillion neurons acting, each of which is connected to thousands of other neurons, that might be a mind, right? That's what we have. And maybe the computers that we have today, like the various LLMs and stuff, maybe those aren't minds because they're not complex enough. But this threshold as to when something becomes a mind, that would be under the control of the god as well. Presumably. I don't see why that would be some rigid thing that he would have no control over. In which case, he could just set the threshold way down, and then the constants can be way more, way looser, right?
Yeah. But, okay, maybe we got too deep in this portion about a mind, because I don't know if necessarily...
Or are you just arguing for the creation of life and not necessarily minds?
Yeah, like, I think either life or even more simply, like, just, like, complex structures of matter. Because, like, the universe, like, just like the way that the finely tuned argument was first presented to me, is that you could either have, like, in possible sets of the cosmological constants, just, like, a whole sea of, like, subatomic particles, or, like, if gravity is, like, too loose, or the opposite, where everything just, like, comes together, which I don't know what that would look like. But we have, like, this thing in the middle. So, where there's a smaller, like you said, a smaller infinity of different ways to produce this.
I mean, it's the same size infinity, but it's like cardinality speaking, it's the same size, right? But it's the difference between the numbers between 0 and 1 and 0 and a billion. So, like,
okay.
you
I don't know what I'm
say
missing
that, like, the probability
of math part of things, but
no, it's fine. You're fine. I mean, so there is still a question. So, okay, I mean, if we're just talking about this god desires complex structure,
mm-hmm.
for reasons unexplained, there's a question about why it desires that, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a whole slew, perhaps an infinity of possible desires that this god could have had. Well, but nonetheless, we end up here.
And so then the question Ian said about electrons with minds, like, again, I don't think that it would be possible for God to instill a mind into an electron, because I think that God only has the power to basically create space-time and the cosmological constants, then leave it be to play out by itself. But if I don't think that God has the ability to make minds that don't derive from matter, like, if I think that God could only make neurons and allow them to interact with each other, could only make a circuit board and allow, like, in the logic gates, and allow that to play out, then I think I would reject, like, Ian's understanding of my view that God has that ability.
No, sorry. So I was saying that, like, unless we have an explanation for why God desires complex structure, because here we're not talking about like minds anymore. We're not talking about life. We're just talking about complex structure. Unless we have a good explanation for why God wants complex structure, well, now, like, God could have desired a trillion possible things. He could have desired, he could have desired crystalline structure. He could have desired, homogeneous lumps. He could have desired 2 homogeneous lumps. And so in that case, then we could have ended up with any slew of possible constants had he desired something different. So there's sort of an issue there. There's a third issue, which is, and perhaps this is kind of the reason why I think that, this is one of the reasons why I kind of lean towards necessitarianism in this regard, is it seems like there's no proposed mechanism for how God is actually choosing the constants, even in the small range that he has to choose.
I see. Like, if there's multiple different ways, or, like you said, infinite different ways that he could have arranged it.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was a difference of, like, a decimal point, 100 digits down, like, that's still a choice that he has to make. And it just seems like
we can't just say that he arbitrarily picked one. Like,
you can, but then that's fine tuning. Why pick this one and not that one?
Maybe I'm
Whereas,
not sure, like, there's an infinite number. He has the desire to produce complex structure, so he just arbitrarily picks one, like, dot random, and then just
right. But then there's just no explanation for why the constants are the way they are. There's an explanation for why the constants are in the range they are, but there's no actual explanation for why they are what they are, right?
Sure, but I don't think that's evidence against God. Like that.
No, what it means is that the fine-tuning problem the fine-tuning at best gets you to explaining why the constants are in the range that they're in, but it doesn't actually explain why they are the way they are. Whereas if you posit that they're necessary, then they had to be this way. They couldn't have been in some small range, which is why if you imagine that they're necessary, you actually get out of that. You get out of that possible problem.
That's a good point. Also, I think that if what's being posited in like the God hypothesis at this point is that arbitrarily there's like a necessary being that just like happens to desire this exact range, kind of as like a brute necessity, then I don't really see what the problem is with, I don't know, like strengthening it and saying it's a brute necessity. It just had to be these constants.
Okay, so are you trying to say, Ian, that at best I can be agnostic to whether God was necessary and wanted this thing and chose these constants, and the other possibility that these constants were just necessary?
If you think God's contingent, I think you have like way bigger problems. I think that you're going to need to think that God is necessary. I think that every theist needs to think that God is necessary. But at that point, the hypothesis that these constants are just necessary, as opposed to there's like a necessary being who just happened to desire to create like these exact constants or like constants that are within this range. To me, like these two hypotheses seem like they have the same type of stipulations, whereas the ones that say necessarily they must have been this way, that one just seems to better predict the data. That it has like the range of predictions that it makes is like a lot more narrow, so it would just have like a lot of explanatory power.
Okay. I'm not sure if I fully followed that along. Just trying to think for a second, if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine. Do you want to come back some other time? Do you want to give it like a think and then come back at like some later point in time?
Yeah, that sounds good. I concede. Thanks so much for the discussion.
Hey, thank you so much.
You don't have to concede.
Well, I concede to there being problems with my previous worldview.
Yeah, it's all about growth here.
All right. Get wrecked, W. Get folded like a chair, destroyed, never debate again.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Thanks for being here, Paul.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Take care.
Cheers.
Yeah. What a chill dude. Let's get a big W for Paul in that comment section.
W for Paul. Also, we do have some super chats.
Yes, from Cinnamon. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, to steel man for a moment, even in Christian mythology, God created our reality out of building blocks, water, etc., that already existed. What about the thought of being limited by those building blocks? Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think that presents some interesting questions, which we kind of were able to touch on with Paul, which is like, if God didn't just invent everything ex nihilo, and he now has to play within the laws of physics somehow, it seems more likely that the laws of physics are the God, not the God himself. We also have another super chat from Miko, from Jeremiah again. So Jeremiah 7:31 again. Sorry, don't be sorry. It's okay. So God doesn't save the sons, but destroys them anyways. Was told God hated the cruelty, but the sons ended up the same. So that's the thing. Like, there's no, we have no indication in the Bible that the God from either the Old Testament or the New Testament really values human life on the earth, which is why he wipes it out. It seems like he's more or less obsessed with his own glory and honor. Remember, that's why he wiped out all the firstborn in Egypt, was for everyone to know that he is the one true mighty God and he can do all things, and by all things, namely show how strong he is when he kills babies. So yeah, God doesn't really have a problem with kids dying. He has a problem with kids dying while it being part of a pagan ritual towards another deity. That's what he's really upset about. Thank you for the question, though. And fierce interaction with a $10 super chat. Big W says, where did the belief in that God created time originate? It looks like it's just, if God created heaven and earth, then he must have created time. Even as a believer, I wouldn't have bought that. So the idea that God created everything ex nihilo is like kind of biblical. In fact, it does depend a little bit on which Bible you read. So if you read the apocryphal works, in Second Maccabees, there's a statement that God created everything out of nothing. And this is like a hallmark creationist idea within within Christianity, is that God was it. He was the only thing that existed, and then from nothing he created everything. But that's not a hallmark thing like necessarily within Judaism. Judaism, like the rest of the ancient Near East, is okay with God creating from primordial things like the primordial waters and things like that, right? So, but yeah, if you're a Christian, certainly we could have a discussion about why Christians are dead set on creation ex nihilo when it doesn't really seem to be necessary from the Hebrew Bible. Okay, I think it's all our super chats. Next up, well, the list of people changed, but I think next up is Christian and then Astrid.
It is.
Okay. Welcome in, Christian.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I just noticed that I'm on yellow, so I just didn't want to have any sort of bad internet problems. How's it going, you guys? Thanks for having me in.
Yeah,
it's good to be
asking.
here.
So, Christian, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes. I am. It's going to be kind of hard to explain because I know that you guys probably know what it means to grow up in Utah. Do you guys know what it means to grow up in Utah? Yeah. So I grew up in Utah, so very indoctrinated into the Mormon religion, but after a lot of research and looking into basically everything that the Mormon religion had to offer, I very much strayed away from the Mormon religion and moved on into more like a Christianity mindset, more Jesus related. I don't really like to subscribe to religion in general. I think that religion is highly corruptible, very much people influenced, not highly God orientated, very much under the subjugation of the people's wants, in a sense.
Sure.
Or the people's needs.
So you do believe in some form of Christianity, though?
Yes, because I mean, I believe in the sacrifice and what Jesus did on the cross for us and the resurrection that he did. And in retrospect, that also makes me believe that, everything inside the Old Testament as well. So I can't just believe inside the New Testament without believing inside the Old Testament, right? Because it's all inside the same.
So why did I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We should start with the basic question is, why should anyone believe that Christianity is true?
Yes. So I would say that I know that it's hard to get into, personal experience. So I'm going to not get into my personal experiences, but I'm going to say the personal experiences of people around the world, right? Because there is millions, you could say even more than millions of people who have had personal experiences with higher intellectual power or the Heavenly Father, as I would say, or God or Jesus, people being interacted with this Heavenly Father or this spiritual being of higher intelligence to be a calming and a remedy for them.
Yeah, just like people have personal experiences with like Vishnu, people have personal experiences with Allah. And then the opposite is also true. Some people have experiences that are so horrific that within the experience themselves, they realize that there couldn't possibly be a God. So people have the experience of the exact opposite. I don't think personal experiences are very good evidence because it kind of just goes, there are personal experiences for every worldview.
Well, you can't have the good without the bad, right? You can't.
Is God all good without God?
I'm not saying that everything is all good. I never said that. I mean, there is good and bad inside the world. Like we have to accept both of them.
What you said was you can't have the good without the bad, and we're asking why not?
Well, nothing's perfect, right?
Yeah, but
nothing
why not?
is perfect.
You think God's
why
perfect?
I mean, okay, so we can go back to the Old Testament if we want. I want to stray away from scripture because, like I said, it is highly influenced by man. In my opinion, there's a lot of things that could be changed.
Yeah,
I've never read the original scripture or anything like that. I haven't gone back and read like the Dead Sea Scrolls or something like that. So I can't go back and read something like that. I can't read the original
right,
stuff.
But you believe God is perfect?
No, I never said that. I think he's all just.
But do you believe he's perfect?
I think, yes, to an extent, he's perfect. Yeah.
So do you think he's all good?
He cannot be all good. He is all just.
So he's not all good.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is if you're a bad person, right, you receive what is due, right? If you go and you live your entire life doing terrible acts and doing sinful deeds without repentance, without coming to Christ or taking upon your cross, taking responsibility for your actions and coming to God and saying, I'm sorry, or coming to others and saying, I'm sorry, and also reaching forgiveness for yourself for others,
So
saying
Jesus died for God's sins?
Well, that's kind of a leap. You
said he wasn't all good, meaning he must have done something bad?
All just. I can't say he's all bad.
I don't know why you keep using the word just. I'm asking about good. Has he ever done anything bad?
Well, I know that there's a lot of things that you can bring up that are bad. But again,
yeah, but I'm not asking for a scenario. I'm asking for, did God ever do anything bad? It's just a yes or no.
So in our human eyes, right, in our mortal eyes, we can see things in black and white, or we can see things in gray, right? Not everything is good. Not everything could be bad. You can live ignorant to life.
Right, yeah, but I just need a yes or no to the question.
Okay.
Has God ever done anything bad?
No.
Okay, so then he is all good.
He's all just.
He's all good. We're talking about goodness right now.
So,
why?
I mean, kind of definitionally, right? If something has never done something bad, then all of the things about them would be good, and that's just what we mean by all good.
Well, because to us, we have a complex mind, so we will question our reality always. Always. We're always going to question reality. Always. We're always going to question anything that we're taught. Always. Even the creation of time. We can theorize about what the world is and how the world was created, but we'll never know. And that's another reason why I'm going to kind of tag along with what Ian said. And I know we're kind of sidetracking. It's going to be hard to stay on topic, and I'm so sorry. I'm going to kind of go along with what
Why is it
Ian
so hard to
said
stay
with
on topic?
Vishnu.
We're trying to figure out real quick what you believe about your God, right? So
Well, exactly. How can I stay on topic when I'm talking about an infinite being?
But yeah,
right?
but you can talk about an infinite being without jumping from topic to topic. So
because all of it is it's in
so
one
we know that you think
case.
that your God is all just, and it sounds like you're confused about whether or not he's all good, even though you said he's never done anything bad, which definitionally just means he's all good.
Okay.
So you believe in a God that's all just and all good?
Can I go back to the last conversation where you brought up the deaths of the infant children in not Egypt from the Israelites, right?
We didn't talk about that. We didn't talk about it today.
With the last conversation
that was a super chat that we were.
There was a super chat. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because Paul's not a Christian. So, God did kill all the firstborn of Egypt, which doesn't seem either good or just. Do you think that was good and just?
I think it was just because the Egyptians murdered all the Israelites. The firstborns of the Israelites, all the male Israelite children.
So it's just to kill somebody else's baby, the babies that didn't commit any sins?
Retribution, right? You do something evil, you do evil, and evil, and evil, and evil, and evil, and evil, without repentance, without
the babies.
Trying to seek forgiveness. He did it already, right?
The babies, though.
So you're also saying was Pharaoh right with killing all of these Israelite children?
Just try to focus. I asked you about the babies. What sin did the babies commit?
Yeah.
So do you think that they went to hell? Do you think the baby's Patel?
Yeah, actually, in your worldview, they would have gone to hell, but that's not the question being
babies,
asked.
right?
The question,
What sin did they commit? Did they do evil?
The question being asked is, what did they deserve to be killed?
It was a plague upon Egypt, right? There were plagues upon Egypt, yes, and it was the final plague, correct? It was an encompassing act to bring together.
Yeah, we're aware. We're asking what makes it justified to kill innocent babies.
I just told you, the Pharaoh murdered all the firstborns of the Israelite, all the firstborn.
What do you think justice is?
Christian, can I just ask a really simple question? Let's say that somebody comes and let's say that somebody breaks into your house. I don't know if you have children. Let's say somebody breaks into your house and kills your children. I hope that this never happens, but let's suppose that happens. Some like 50-year-old guy, 40-year-old guy, whatever, breaks into your house, kills both of your children. Would you then be justified to break into his house and kill his children?
So in today's society, absolutely.
So
you would be justified to kill his children?
I mean, think about all the people that. I mean, so let's say that a guy like raped my son. Let's say that a guy like rapes my son and I go and murder him, right?
You need to be.
Wait. Would it be just to rape?
If
someone rapes your son, would it be just to go and rape their son?
I wouldn't necessarily. No, absolutely not.
We didn't ask if you would. Would it be just?
An eye for an eye and all that.
Okay, so think about it.
It's a yes or no, Christian.
So would you want to go through? I mean,
Christian,
yes,
it's a yes or no.
It would be just. Yeah.
Somebody call the cops in Utah.
I went through that pain, so why shouldn't you go through that pain yourself?
So Christian.
No, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it necessarily. I would never do that. I would never go and do that to somebody else.
Let's back this up just a sec, okay? So generally, when we talk about justice, what we're really talking about is we're talking about producing exactly the harm that, or giving exactly the harm back to what was caused, right?
This is where Jesus comes into play as well. I just want to talk about that now.
So I'm just talking about like physical justice, like material in the material world that we typically have. So like you give, it doesn't have to be the exact kind, but just the exact amount, if you will. If somebody steals from a candy bar, you don't have to steal their candy bar, but you make them pay a fee, which is commensurate with the harm that they caused. Or if somebody crashes into your car, the just thing to do would be to make them pay a fee, or maybe you put them in jail for 30 days if they were doing felony speeding or whatever. There's some sort of retribution to the person that did the thing. Now, if they murder your children, sure, you might be punishing the parents if you murder their children, but you're also punishing the children. And the question then is, how is it justice if you're punishing somebody who didn't do anything wrong?
Okay. So there's a lot inside of what you just said. And I want to break it down a little bit, but I kind of want to start at the end there. So I understand that in today's worldview, it is exceedingly wrong to do an eye for an eye. Yes, and I also agree with that. I don't think that it's right to not forgive somebody for their actions. Forgiveness for me is very important. That's why I was about to bring up Christ. But back to what you were saying, to make somebody pay a fine is like putting a price on a life.
Well, you could put them in jail, or you could even give them the death penalty. But why? How is it justice to hurt somebody else who didn't do anything?
Yes, I can understand how that could seem wrong. Yes, but it is the same pain inflicted upon the sufferer. It is the exact same anguish that the person who was perpetrated.
That's irrelevant. I mean, justice is about.
Your kids didn't deserve to die.
No, but that's irrelevant. Right? The point of justice is that
you're the one that was perpetrated. You're the one that had your kids murdered.
Christian,
yes, or raped.
It's irrelevant.
You're saying.
The point is, it's irrelevant because justice is about producing punishment for the person who did it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're punishing somebody else, then you're not you're not doing justice. Justice is about causing retribution or harm or getting, revenge or something like that against the person who did the thing, not against some random people who didn't do the thing.
Okay, so I know we're talking in completely hypothetical situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct? This is a completely hypothetical situation, right? So when I try and think about, like, if this situation were to happen in real life, it's hard for me to think about a person who would do these heinous things to have a family or to have some specific close person with them, because these people are usually maniacs, right? They're
Oh no,
usually
this happens all the
psychotic.
time. So
I
there
know
are
the
a
murder
ton of
happens all the
well-known
time.
serial killers who had like full families.
Can you name a few?
Like I think John Wayne Gacy had a family.
Yep.
John Wayne Gacy had a family.
Yeah, I think so.
Is there more?
Yeah, he had 2 children. He actually was married twice. You want me to pull up a list of serial killers who had families? Because they exist, right?
I'm not going to say that they don't have families, but see, this is such like a cornered thing, and I understand that I cornered myself.
Dennis Rader, Gary Ridgway, Ted Bundy, who had 1 biological daughter, Israel Keyes, Keith Jesperson, Edward Wayne Edwards,
Wait a minute, Ted Bundy didn't have a family.
Ted Bundy has 1 biological daughter.
Yeah, that's because he had sex in prison.
It was with his former wife.
His former wife, I thought you know what?
All right. Yeah, he has 1 child. He was married for 6 years to Carol Ann Boone.
While he was in prison?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I guess he was. Yeah. So, he still had a family. Are you saying that, what about people who had families before they did their heinous crimes?
I mean, all I'm going to say is, I feel terrible for those families. What a terrible, terrible situation to be put in, right? Okay, but I understand that our justice system now is based upon law and government, and, upon the people be the verdict, right? But we're not talking, nowadays, that's how I think as well, right? But if we go back to the Old Testament, back to Egypt, back to where this all started, back then it was a just thing to do. It very much was.
Well,
back
we disagree because I don't think definition of justice changes over time.
Yeah. Well, justice is like people getting what they deserve.
What do you mean?
Like that's what it means for someone to be just, is that a person got what they deserved. Certainly the babies don't deserve that. They didn't do anything wrong.
But the Egyptians did. They could have chose to not kill all the Israelite babies, right? They could have chose not to kill the Israelite babies.
Did the babies deserve it?
Did the Israelite babies deserve it?
No. Did the Egyptian babies deserve it?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, then God did something unjust.
Then it's not justice.
What do you mean?
If the babies who got punished didn't deserve the punishment, that's the definition of unjust.
They were taken somewhere far better than where they would have been left in Egypt without the Israelite people.
Why not just make them in heaven then?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? Then they wouldn't have even lived.
I mean, so you're just saying that their suffering was irrelevant. The fact that they got the fact that they got brutally executed in whichever fashion God chose to execute the babies, I'm sure it was horrible. The fact that the babies all had to suffer is meaningless as long as they go to heaven. So you're just saying now the justice is irrelevant, because as long as there's heaven, it doesn't matter what happens here. All kinds of unjust things or unjust things can happen here, and it's fine as long as you go to heaven. So was Jesus' death, did his suffering matter?
Absolutely. Yeah,
why does his suffering matter? Yeah, why does his suffering matter if he went to heaven but the baby's suffering didn't?
Well, all suffering matters. Well, now you're putting words into my mouth.
What does it matter?
What do you mean all suffering matters?
What does the baby suffering matter?
Okay, so you're talking about the Egyptian babies, right?
Yeah.
Still? Yes.
Yeah.
All their suffering matters because it was punishment upon the Egyptians.
But not the babies.
All of it matters. Every single step of the way. All of it matters.
What does it matter for the babies, though?
Okay, so what about all the Israelite kids that were forced into servitude to be whipped and brutally beaten as well by the Egyptians?
That's unjust.
Yeah, exactly.
And what we're
so
saying
you're saying
is
that you answer injustice with more, or injustice with more injustice.
Yeah,
that's what it
the
sounds
reason.
like.
So that's the disparity, right? You know, humans are not all just, so there isn't a contradiction in humans doing something unjust. God is all just. There is a contradiction if God does something unjust.
Right, but how is it unjust when it is exactly what needed to happen?
It didn't need to happen.
So unjust. I'm just reading it.
No, it certainly did not.
Okay. So what if it was more?
Why did it need to happen?
So, in my perspective, once the Israelite people left Egypt, right? Egypt was.
Let's try this again. Why did it need to happen?
Egypt was sacked.
Try this again. Why does it need to happen? Why did God have to kill those babies?
Mercy.
Mercy. God had to kill the babies out of mercy.
Well, think about it. Think about where Egypt was after Israel left. Think about the state that Egypt was after Israel left. It was.
Well, if that happened, which almost certainly the exile didn't happen, Egypt was like the dominant world power for like another 1,000 years. At least it was let's say the dominant regional power. Yeah, the Egyptian empire spanned a long time, well into the Greek era.
I know that that dynasty or empire was destroyed, right? But people might have came back and repopularized Egypt. I'm not going to deny that because humans are fruitful and we multiply and we expand. So
we're talking about the New Kingdom of Egypt. So the New Kingdom of Egypt lasted until 1000 BC, like fully continuous. There was no gaps. There was no like destruction. It was like a continuous reign of, a kingdom in Egypt.
I mean, they were autonomous until the Greeks.
Yeah, and I think the Greeks came in when, in the 500s or 500 BC or something like this.
I would forget when Alexander came in.
Age or anything like that. There was no there was no dark silence of Egypt or anything like that. That's what you're saying. There was no.
Well, I mean, so what year are you proposing that the Exodus happened? Because there's not even any historical evidence that it did happen. But typically, people who believe that it did happen will put it at like 1400 BC.
I would, I was actually just about to say that about 15 or 14. So.
Yeah. So the new kingdom was established in 1570. Somewhere between 1570 and 1544 BC, and then it lasted until like about 1000 BC or so, and then there were the Ramses afterwards. There was the Middle Kingdom.
Right, and was there a record of what happened to that kingdom at all?
Yeah, so the Middle Kingdom ended in like the 18th century BC, and then there was basically roughly like. Not civil war, but there was like a few different dynasties that were ruling in different smaller parts. And this would have started around the 18th century BC. And then it unified again in the 1500 or in the 16th century BC.
Okay, so is like that history lost or?
No, we have that history. It's all there.
So we know the context.
We have records. We have stuff.
That's pretty crazy because a lot of the stuff that we have from back then is mostly just pottery. I'm surprised
we have writing from the Egyptians going back 4,000 years.
Do you not know about the pyramids?
The pyramids were way earlier.
Yeah, but from like top to bottom, the pyramids are literally covered in writing. Like we've got so much from the Egyptians.
Like inside the pyramid, inside them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I agree. Yes. Okay, but I'm not talking about from that time. That's a big span of time. That's a lot of erosion and. Time to wear away on objects, especially 15,000 years ago, or even further. What you said, what did you say, 18,000 years ago?
I said 4,000 years. The Middle Kingdom wasn't like the Middle Kingdom ended in like at the, in the 18th century BC. So that was around 3,800 years ago.
Oh, okay. So 3,800 years. Okay, we're getting all these numbers getting thrown out. Now I'm just confused. I'm sorry. 3,800 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, see, so now I'm kind of not agreeing with you a little bit.
On what? I don't even know what the talking point is at this point. What do you disagree with?
Well, just a time range, but that's, I mean, we can move on from this if you guys want. We can go back to just.
Yeah, I think we were talking about whether or not your God is just. Like, presumably you've read the book of Job, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah, was it just what God did to Job?
I think proving faith through suffering is important, especially.
But was it just?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just to
2 times, right?
To mercilessly he didn't get his children back; they're dead.
He got remarried.
What
do you mean?
We're not told he got remarried, but his children didn't come back from the dead.
Let's say I kill your entire friend group, but I replace it with like a way cooler friend group. Would that be just?
I would say no.
Yeah.
I think that's not just.
I can't say that, no.
But you just did.
He's still just. No.
You just said killing off people, even though you replace them later, is unjust.
I'm not going to go back and say that he's not just. Like, I'm not going to.
Well, you don't have to. You already admitted he wasn't.
He got his reward, right?
What? Who?
Suffering. Job. Right? And if you read the Old Testament,
it doesn't matter. We're not. The fact that he got rewarded is not actually relevant. The fact that remains that he got punished, or theoretically punished, for things he never did. Like, he received what would be a punishment for somebody who was wicked, even though he wasn't wicked. He was righteous, right? So you're telling me that it's just to mercilessly persecute somebody as long as you reward them afterwards? Is that what you're saying?
So he had his faith in God, and he had his trust in God, right?
So it's almost like you don't listen to any questions we asked you. So stop trying to preach and just listen to the questions.
It's so hard not to preach. How could I not preach?
It's not hard at all. It's a yes or no question. Is it just to harm an individual as long as you give them something cool later?
No.
Okay, so then it wasn't just to harm Job, even though he got something cool later.
Okay, so you just want me to answer every single question in yes or no?
I just want you to not preach.
How can I not?
Preferably you could answer like the yes or no questions with a yes or a no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's not just to harm an individual without cause, that means it wasn't just to harm Job without cause.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened to Job is not justice, it's injustice.
Yeah.
Right, so that means the God you believe in practices injustice, which means there's a contradiction in your worldview, because it says in Deuteronomy 32:4, if I remember correctly, that all of his ways are just. So not all of his ways, just maybe some of his ways.
So we're going to go into faith a little bit, right? And belief, right? Job, he believed, right? He had full and utmost faith. And he was right in the way of God. That's what it says. He was right in the way of the Father's eyes.
He was blameless, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I 100% agree with the fact that in my eyes, it is unjust. But for Job to go through all these things and to still come out on the other side with such faith is still the most important part. See, you're missing the entire.
I don't think it's important at all. It's not even relevant to the topic. See, Christian,
okay, so this is no lesson.
This is why we keep having to cut you off. Is you keep bouncing from topic to topic, like it matters. Like you can't stay on task. We're trying to figure out if your God is actually just or not. And then the minute we get to a difficult part, you're like, well, yeah, but let's talk about something else. Yeah, there is a lesson to the book of Job. We all know it. We all read it. We're not questioning whether or not there's a lesson. We're questioning whether or not your God is just.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my line is he is just. So I'm going to say he's just.
But you just said he wasn't a minute ago.
In my eyes, the actions are not, but to God, they are. So yes, it is just.
The actions are not just?
In my eyes.
So you have a different justice than God's justice?
Because of Jesus. Exactly. Yeah, because of
Between
Jesus.
you and God, who's right? You disagree on justice.
God. Oh yeah. God,
okay,
of course.
So then there's just a contradiction in your worldview that you both think it's just, but also think it's unjust.
Not a contradiction.
Yep.
I just have a different worldview than God did back then, right? I have an evolved brain. You know, I grew up with intellectual people like you. You know, my mind is highly sectioned on questioning everything in reality and questioning, you know, the things that I go through. Hence why I left Mormons. You know, I questioned Mormonism. You know, I saw the fallacies, I saw the Pharisees, I saw the corruption, and so I left it. But to act like God is one of those fallacies and Pharisees,
He is.
because
yeah, but we can demonstrate over and over again. There's all kinds of fallacies in the religion you believe in. We just pointed out one of them, which is that he's certainly not all just. He does things all the time that are unjust. And then people will still say, well, to me, it's unjust, but to God, somehow it's still just. Oh, we lost him.
Nope.
All right. Well, let's bring up Astrid.
Okay.
Astrid has
We
been
have
waiting for a
supers.
good long time.
Do we have supers?
Yeah, we got 4 supers. Let me grab the supers. Apparently, God decided his time was up. Cameron, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, love seeing the A-team here. Dr. Blitz, please drop the sarcasm when it's due. And thank you, gents, for always keeping it sharp. I do love some sarcasm, actually. It's one of my favorite things. Bob says, glad to see the unholy trinity is back in action. Hail Doug the Rock, King Crab, and the Holy Plantology. I would say W. Absolutely. And from Liz, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, so you agree with abortion if the baby will grow up in a crap home because mercy? Actually, yeah, the guest would be on board with that. It seems like it would be merciful to abort them as long as they go to heaven. And in his worldview, they do go to heaven.
Well, it just seems like, okay, if abortions go to heaven, then certainly the morally just thing to do is to be like,
to be an abortion doctor.
Just
churn them out.
To clean them out, baby.
You should be. There should never be an egg that goes by like unimpregnated.
That is unaborted.
Yep.
Yeah,
I agree.
like you need to like make the zygote and then like fucking squash the zygote
immediately.
Like you should have like an ethical imperative at that point.
And the thing is if they do sneak by, as long as they're below the age of accountability, you should just like straight up just throw them into a ditch.
Yeah. I have a whole live stream that I used to run on just this one topic, and I've got like syllogisms for it with Bible verses and everything. Like the most Christian thing you can do is abort babies. That's all there is to it.
Yeah,
it's a hell of a view.
And FPL, thank you for the super chat. Says defending Christianity requires one to be a liar or a POSFF.
By the way, you missed Necto's super chat.
Oh shit. I don't know why it turned the right color when you click on it. Maybe I clicked on it and forgot to read it. Nectu, thank you so much, friend. Sorry, I nearly missed your super chat. Says, so great to have the unholy trinity back for the love of science and philosophy. Listen, I agree. I hate it when people come in. I think Ian and I, last time we streamed without Blitz, had someone come in and want to run a science argument. And the whole time I was like, why? It was not good.
Yeah.
No, it went clean over my head. That's like way out of my understanding of these things.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Anyway, Astrid.
I believe Astrid is up next, but here's the thing. I'm looking at our queue, and Astrid is no longer in the queue.
I see Astrid's face right here.
Really? I see Austin, Monday.
Astrid, do you want to leave and then come back, and we'll just bring you up right away?
I can refresh my queue real quick.
Yeah, Astrid is a staple in my Discord community. I wonder what she has.
Oh, Astrid's not an op. Or maybe Astrid is an op.
Yeah, maybe Astrid converted.
And then maybe she'll convert all of us.
I forget. I thought we've talked to Astrid before.
Maybe.
I don't think I have. Oh, where'd he go?
Where'd Justin go?
Oops. Well,
Justin.
Justin has been raptured. It turns out Christianity was true the whole time. It's just only people who have been to seminary get raptured, I guess.
I'm with you guys.
Okay.
All right, Justin's back.
Sorry about
you had
that.
Me converting for a sec.
So I refreshed my browser, but it was a really slow refresh because I'm using the VPN, and the VPN is not very fast.
Sure.
Give me a second. Astrid is in our queue. It just wasn't showing on my end. So let's bring in Astrid.
Hey, how's it going?
Astrid,
yeah,
are you with us? You. Wait, you guys can hear her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can hear her. Yeah.
What? I can't hear her.
It's on Justin's end.
I'm going to turn my VPN off. Second.
That's risky, my guy.
Well,
we're cooked.
Okay.
Try it again. So she's not being pulled into our scene either. Our
weird.
Our like you can't see her on the screen when I pull her in.
Yeah, stream can't hear either.
Yeah.
And no one can hear.
Sorry,
but
we're
you
getting
guys.
this all sorted out. Yeah, we understand. We understand that nobody can hear. We get that. We're figuring it out.
Probably.
Yeah.
That would probably work. That's probably the easiest way to fix it.
Yeah. Can you guys hear Ian and Blitz though?
Yeah, I think everybody can.
Do you see Astrid now, Justin?
I do see Astrid. Let me put her on the screen. She's on the screen now too.
Okay, we're good.
I think we should
Great.
be okay.
I think we're good.
Cool.
Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Astrid.
what do you have for us today?
Well, first of all, it's nice to see you all three back together.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, you were talking about the Triumvirates earlier, and like the first was Julius Caesar, Crassus, and them, and then the second was Augustus, Mark Antony, and they were the ones that formed the Roman Empire. But after that, Justin mentioned something I wanted to ask. I was reading a book by Francesca Stavrakopoulos about the Moloch thing, and basically she is saying that Yahweh worshippers did do that as well. Is that true? Like,
yeah. So they get accused of doing it. Yeah. So that's part of the Book of Jeremiah. Is God is accusing them of doing the Molech sacrifice, and scholars are divided on whether or not Molech is actually a deity or just a type of sacrifice. But either way, God's pretty pissed off about it.
Yeah, like in the book, it's like King Manasseh and child sacrifice. She's arguing that like it is a type of sacrifice, specifically of child sacrifice, and like it was something that all of the Semitic deities did, but at some point the Yahweh worshippers stopped and started persecuting people for it. But
I mean,
also,
that is
Egypt tanked
true.
the Bronze Age collapse. Egypt tanked the Bronze Age collapse. Do you think the
it did.
Jews running away would have?
Okay, so
well, that was all I was gonna say. But
the theory on the Bronze Age collapse in 1170 is not that the Exodus could have had a play in it. It's just that the Bronze Age collapse allowed what was known as the Israelites to take power. So prior to that, they were basically like tribal nomads. And then we had some Judeans in the south, like in the region of Midian and the foothills of what was now like Jerusalem. And they seemed to be like mostly nomadic, very underdeveloped. But when the collapse happened, they were able to take over a lot of the city centers and the places of power. And that's how they rose from like simple nomadic groups to actually being pretty large authoritative people groups with power.
I think the point that Astrid was making though is that the Egyptian Empire just continued to exist even post Bronze Age collapse.
Oh yeah, it certainly did. Yeah.
Yeah, it just like withstood the test of time, if you will.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact, you know why Ramses the Great is called that is because of a propaganda stele. he didn't actually do anything great.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Anyway.
That's fun. But hey,
yeah,
thanks so
it's
much for coming on up.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
Have a
Good
good
to hear
rest
from
of your
Astrid.
stream.
All right. I think we have Austin next.
I think we do,
Yes,
actually.
I think so.
Give me just a second. We'll get Austin pulled in. Welcome in, Austin. Although Austin's a little slow to get into our scene. We'll see if they get pulled in here in a second. I don't know if Austin is still connected. They're not getting pulled in. I think the reason why Ramses the Great is often known as kind of great is because he reigned for so long. He was in there for like 50 years.
Damn, that's like an eternity in terms of like monarchs.
Yeah.
Yep. Only beaten by Queen Elizabeth II. Not only beaten, but you know,
Yeah.
he's the goat of being a reigning monarch.
I don't think Austin's. Oh, Austin does.
I don't think Austin's here either. So maybe we bring
Yeah.
up Punch Your Local Nazi.
Well, I think Austin refreshed his browser. Let's see if that works.
Okay.
How you doing, Austin? Can you hear us? I don't think Austin's actually with us. We'll give Austin a minute to sort things out. We'll get Punch Your Local Nazi, a statement that we can all get on board with. How you doing, Punch?
G'day, boys.
Punch, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of deity?
I'm 18, mate. I want to preach to you about my Lord and Savior, and I'd like to see if you can refute this, right? Jesus promised the end to all sinners.
The end of what?
Goku, Jesus and God promised the end of sinners. Goku promised the end of Frieza. I don't see Frieza anywhere. I see sinners everywhere.
Yeah, but the same argument could be made for Odin. Odin.
Yeah, I don't see any
slew
ice
all the
dragons
frost
either.
giants.
So I believe in Thor and Goku.
They're just all existing.
All right, get out of here. Get him out of here.
They're just hanging out.
Get him out of here. We don't want any Gokuists here.
Yeah.
All right, we have M. Rudy and Austin, if Austin's still available.
Well, Austin's still in here, but Austin's connection isn't working, or my connection's not working. Give me 1 second, because I don't see M. No, I do see M. Rudy. Let's try M. Rudy. Hey, M. Rudy's working. How you doing, M. Rudy?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing good. Thank you for
all
asking.
right. We've had a discussion before, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we have. I used to go on live a lot more. I go on Parker and Dean's. I used to a lot, pretty often, but I haven't recently. You know, working a full-time job now, so out of college. So
sure.
So are you a believer in some kind of a god?
Yes.
In which god is
so
that?
I would the god of Christianity, but more fundamentally the god of classical theism.
You mean you believe in the god of Christianity, but you want to argue for the god of theism?
Yeah, of classical theism. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So you don't want to make an argument for the Christian god. All right, go for it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would make the argument for motion or change. The Thomistic argument.
Sure.
Starting with, I'm sure Ian's probably familiar with that.
Yeah, let's hear it.
But change exists. Change involves the actualization of a potential. So when a potential X becomes an actual Y, that's what we call change. There's different types of causal chains, or there's two different types of causal chains. We have temporal causal chains that happens at a specific moment in time, across time, like across the timeline. And then we have hierarchical causal chains that at every specific moment in time, a potential is actualized. So like a stick moving a stone. That's the famous example given by Aquinas. And I don't believe that, it's logically impossible for an infinite regress of a hierarchical causal chain to exist. Therefore, all hierarchical causal chains have to terminate at something that has no potentials and is pure actuality itself. If this thing if he's pure actuality, he's uncaused, he's necessary, he's simple, and he contains all things, including knowledge, power, and goodness. all the great making properties, and that's what we call God. He just is being itself. There's a distinction between essence, or what something is, and existence, that something is, and what God is just existence. So his essence and existence are identical.
Sure. So I think the
So
first problem is that
that's a rough sketch. That's a
Yeah.
rough. Sorry, I was just gonna say that's a rough. I'm not like very. I'm not like obviously not an expert on the argument, but that's like kind of my just rough
so
draft of the argument.
yeah. I think a problem that weighs on this argument. I guess there's like two routes that we could go. So one route is that eternalism is true. If eternalism is true, then change is not the actualization of a potential. Therefore, change is not the actualization of a potential. We could also just talk about how the argument is not valid. There's no premise. So what it states is that every chain has like an endpoint to it, but it doesn't establish that it's like all chains have like the same endpoint to it. Like you could have multiple uncaused causers.
No, so that's the whole point of God being simple, because if there was multiple uncaused causers, that would mean that they're basically redundant. So that would mean one would contain something the other does not contain or does not have. So that would imply potentiality. So it would have to terminate at one thing. Because if there's multiple uncaused causers, that would imply a potential between the two, and they exist in a framework more fundamental to them.
No,
which is not.
So you could have all these unmoved movers who don't have the potential to do what each other does. So for example, you could have like the space unmoved mover, you could have like the time unmoved mover, you could have like the matter unmoved mover, and each of them has like the potential to move and bring forth like these things, but they can't bring forth like the things that the other ones can bring forth.
Yeah, so if they have a limitation in some sort, that would imply a potentiality, because they exist in a framework more fundamental than them.
What do you mean?
Because if there's two,
I'm unclear on that.
So like,
a potentiality
for example,
is the way
we
that
exist
something could be, but if they couldn't be that way, then they don't have that potentiality.
No. They would if they do not contain something the other does have, right? That would apply a potential between the two.
Wait,
How
does
is
God
that a
have
potential?
does God have the
Because
potential to be
that
like
would be a because in order for them to both exist at the same time, they would have to exist in a framework that is more fundamental to them. Like,
does
there's
God
still
have the
no simple
potential
ending.
to do a sick kickflip?
Does that make sense? You what?
Does God have the potential to do
God
a sick
doesn't.
kickflip?
God doesn't have potentials. That's the whole argument. God doesn't have potentials. He just
Okay,
is.
but does he? So does he have so he doesn't have the potential to do a sick kickflip?
He can do a sick kickflip. I don't know. I don't know how God's.
If he can do a sick kickflip, then there's something that he could be that he isn't doing, which means that he has a potential.
Well, what I'm saying is that I don't know how God's time works outside of time. It's kind of hard to conceptualize that, but we can take causal chains, show why they have to have a termination, and why this termination has to be one thing. Like I said, the framework you're
talking about hierarchical chains,
problem,
right? So can you elaborate on more on what a hierarchical chain is, how it differs from a temporal chain?
Yeah. So like, for example, I like this example. Well, actually, let me think. What's a good thing? So a temporal causal chain is something that extends back in time. So I would say that I'm trying to think of a good analogy for this. Sorry. Well, one thing I like is, so for example, you were once dependent on your parents to exist, correct?
Yep.
Sure, in some sense.
Yeah, you are no longer dependent on your parents to exist.
Sure.
So at one moment in time, so at t equals 1, you were dependent, t equals 2, you're no longer dependent. That would be a temporal.
Can I ask a clarifying question by what you mean when you say dependent?
Like for sustenance, for example, just like a very general.
Okay,
I'm not
yeah,
making an
sure,
argument from this. I'm just trying to give an analogy.
Oh,
But
so
wait,
you don't mean
is
like
that
you don't mean ontological dependence?
That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay.
I assumed ontological dependence.
Me too.
No,
that was my assumption.
I was just giving an analogy. I was just giving an analogy of temporal causal chains.
So
like
I don't really have an issue
even if
with
you believe
temporal causal chains. We can kind of just like imagine the laws of physics tell how a thing changes over time, and it depends on, perhaps you could say that it depends on its previous states. I don't have an issue with that. I don't know what a hierarchical causal chain is.
Yeah, so hierarchical causal chain, like I think the most basic example is, or
to be clear,
like,
I don't want an example. I want a definition.
Wait, Rudy, are you talking about per se causal chains or per accident causal chains when you say hierarchical?
Say that again.
Are you talking about per se causal chains or per accident causal chains?
I'm not sure the exact lingo. I think I've heard of accidental and essential causal chains.
Yeah, per se, or yeah. So which one are you talking
about? Essential, not accidental.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So
well, this would be like
causal change.
So this would be like
essential or accidental.
This like power strip has power. It's powered by the power strip before it, powered by the power strip before it, powered by the power strip before it, and then eventually it comes to like this like unpowered powerer.
Well,
wait, that all the other power derives
What's the
from.
definition of such a thing?
Is there a definition? All the features of change derive from the original member. Like none of them would have that feature of change if not for the original member like putting it into motion.
Okay, on what grounds do we have to think that these things exist?
Well, no. So what I would say a good definition of this would be like the actualization of potential of the whole causal chain happens at one moment in time. Does that make sense?
On what grounds do we have to think that such causal chains exist?
Well, I could give you an analogy of what that causal chain would be. I can give you an example.
Well, could you give me an example of something that's actually that type of causal chain?
Yeah. For example, yes. For example, why water holds its or why water is in the formation that it is right now, as it exists right now. Why, like all the underlying. I'm saying like H2O, right? Why the formation of the molecules?
Why is that? That's definitionally true, right?
Can I finish my
H2O,
point?
Oh, I thought you were. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, I wasn't. I was in the middle of it. Why hydrogen and oxygen at every moment in time, or at a specific moment in time, form to make water? So the potential for water to exist, right? For the molecules, this is like fundamental, by the way. So this isn't like, I was going to give a general one. It might have been easier to understand. But why at this moment in time, water is formed in such a sense. So the potential for the molecules to be in a formation that it's water, right? That actualization of that potential at a specific moment in time. So that chain, like the force between atoms, right? That's a explanation. But what is the underlying foundation of that? What is the underlying foundation of that? So at a specific moment in time.
I'm very like where's the
causality? I can give you a more
where's the causality?
I can give you a more general example.
No, like this is a fine example. You're saying like, why is it? Are you saying that you need some sort of thing, some sort of cause to explain the effect of water being made of two hydrogens and one oxygen?
No, I'm saying why the hydrogen and oxygens themselves, or hydrogens and one oxygen, are in a formation such that water exists currently.
So you need an explanation. So we can give a temporal explanation. You know, we had hydrogen and oxygen molecules that formed a bond and so on. What's the temporally simultaneous cause that's required?
Because the potential exists for that formation to no longer occur, right? For the hydrogen and oxygen to separate.
Why should I think that there are
because it's contingent. It's a contingent fact. It's not necessary. So it didn't have to be that way. It is.
I mean, unless you're a necessitarian, right? Right.
No, but I would disagree with a necessitarian because like, for example, the crux of the whole thing, even a lot of people, how they want to counter the argument for motion or change is they go to a B theory of time, which they'll say change doesn't actually exist, right? Because all moments in time exist simultaneously.
Not that it doesn't exist, but that it's not an actualization of a potential. I'm sorry, continue.
Right.
Yeah, but well, that's I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that we could imagine a universe being different than our universe. For example, time, right? We can imagine a universe that if you believe in the B theory of time, I'm not sure what you guys believe in. I'm sure Blitz, as a physicist, you believe in the B theory. Mm-hmm. But the four-dimensional block universe, right? We can imagine a four-dimensional block universe that is finite in both directions, infinite in both directions, infinite in one direction or infinite in the other direction. right? We can imagine there's no
Sure,
logically.
That's
well, hold on.
epistemic.
So we. Okay, what?
Like
what
that's a conceivability issue. That doesn't get around necessity. That doesn't get
yeah.
around
So
necessitarianism.
what I'm showing is that there's a potential. There's a potential for one of these four universes, or either of these four universes to exist. There's a potential there, right?
No.
Yeah.
There's epistemic possibility.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that there's actually a potential there.
Yeah, we're not going to hold that conceivability equals possibility. For example, I can conceive Goldbach conjectures being true. I can conceive Goldbach's conjecture being false.
I can conceive a God not existing.
Yeah, that's going to be like a conceptual.
No, I think you guys are misunderstanding. I'm specifically arguing against your guys' argument from necessity. That's if it's necessary, that means it could not be another way. So that means it would be logically impossible for one of these other four universes to exist. That's what I'm addressing right here. So I'm not even making an argument from logically possible equals potentiality. That's not what I'm saying. I'm arguing against.
You're making the argument that if you can conceive of something, with some set of data, that means that it's that means that it's logically possible. But we're not.
That it's not necessary. Yes, that it's not necessary. Yes, that's what I was saying.
But we don't grant that if you can conceive of something, it means it's logically possible.
Yeah.
So what is your definition of no? What is your definition of necessary?
True in all possible worlds.
True. Okay. So what defines what is true in all possible worlds?
It depends on the modal scope.
I would say coherence with the laws of logic, right?
What's so logically possible? Yeah, then laws of logic.
Yeah, because the laws of logic, they explain what must be, right?
Yeah, logical necessity is dictated by that. Yeah, but I can give you the argument for necessitarianism. We would probably agree that an infinite chain of contingencies isn't possible. Do you think brute contingencies are possible?
Can you explain that?
Yeah, contingency with no explanation.
They just are true. Do you what? With no explanation?
Yeah, a contingency that exists with no explanation.
No, that would be impossible because by the very definition of contingent, it's dependent on something else for why it is the way it is.
Sure. And would you agree that if something necessary brings something else about, then the other thing must be necessary?
No, I would disagree.
Oh, okay, sure. So then it would be contingent. What would it be contingent on?
It would be contingent on. Are you making the argument that it's contingent upon something necessary?
Yeah. So okay, necessarily A. If A, then B. Therefore, necessarily B.
If necessarily A, then
if
B.
A, then B. Therefore, necessarily B.
I don't see how that argument. I don't understand that. I don't understand that argument.
Okay.
Could you give a better?
Yeah, sure. Necessarily. So let's say like necessarily God brings the world into existence. If God brings the world into existence, then
wait, why'd you say necessarily? Why'd you say necessarily brings the world into existence?
For an example. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think that's contingent?
What? That God brought the universe into existence. The universe is contingent upon God, right? Under my viewpoint.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. So
I don't believe it was necessary.
Contingent on what? About God.
We're like the cause for why the universe exists, right? Is God. So if something has a cause for why it exists, it's contingent upon that thing.
Is it God's choice or what is it?
I don't know how you could say it's his. I'm not sure. I don't know how to.
Is God's decision to create the universe necessary or contingent?
His decision?
Yeah.
I don't know whether I'd call it decision or not, because like I said, God's outside of time, so it's kind of hard to conceive of that.
Whatever thing motivated God to do it, whatever
or you could say it's an expression of his divine will or something.
Okay, and is his divine will necessary or contingent?
Yeah, his divine will is necessary, but the expression itself is not.
Okay,
necessary.
What is the expression contingent on?
What is the expression contingent on?
Yeah.
Contingent on?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What is the expression? I'm trying to think of this. Expression contingent on. I mean, it would be contingent on God, right? Because God's the one expressing.
But what about God? Like, so
his nature, being a creator or creative, being creative.
Yep. Yeah, and he has that like essentially, so it's like necessary, right?
It's yes, that attribute about himself to create, that's necessary. Or
Yeah.
Not to well, even if I were to grant, I see where you're going here. Like his attribute of creating, or like that property about him, is necessary. So that means he would have to create something, right? So if he would have to create that thing, the thing he created would also be necessary because he had to create. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just that the universe. So if necessarily God is creative in like this specific way, then necessarily God makes this specific creative decision, which involves bringing the universe into existence. So necessarily God brings the universe into existence. So necessarily the universe exists. So it exists by necessity.
So even if you say that it's necessary that God brings a universe into existence, it doesn't mean that this universe is necessary. Like he could have brought another universe into existence.
Then what's it contingent upon?
Yeah.
It being this universe, what's it contingent on?
So we agreed that because of God's creative nature, he had to create, right? But like, for example, like say I created something, right? Like I was bound by my nature. I had to create something, right? It doesn't mean the specific thing I create. Like I could have chose different things to create.
Right? So what is that choice contingent on?
What? The choice to create our universe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But what is the choice? I've never heard this argument before, so I'm trying to understand it. I see where you're going with it. Like the decision is contingent upon something necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So look, in S5 modal logic, and this is just like a fact that you get, right? It just follows from S5 modal logic that either every contingent fact eventually bottoms out at some brute contingency, or there are no contingent facts.
So it some brute contingency?
Yeah, meaning it's a contingency with no explanation.
Yep.
But why wouldn't this contingency have an explanation? Why is there not an explanation?
If it had an explanation, then that explanation is either contingent or necessary, and you run into the same issue.
Yeah. It's a stopping points. So either it exists because of necessity, or it exists like it bottoms out like in no reason.
In fact, this is exactly the argument that you're trying to make. The argument from change. We're just taking it to its logical conclusion.
I was actually gonna
modal logic. And the point is you can either accept brute contingencies, in which case you don't need, in which case the argument from motion fails, because we can just say, oh, there are just some ways that things are with no kind of like a hierarchical cause, or everything's necessary, in which case there are no potentialities.
Okay, so you're saying it bottoms out at some brute contingent. I feel like that's pretty similar argument I'm making. Like the argument, it's sometimes called the argument from. Like the contingency argument.
It is absolutely not called that. That's the third way. This is so the motion is argument from motion is the first way. Argument from contingency is the third way. It is definitely not called that.
Well, what's the difference between the argument from contingency and the argument from motion?
The argument from contingency seeks to reason based on like dependency relations to something that's necessary.
Yeah, so it's kind of similar.
It's similar. It follows all of Aquinas' arguments follow the same structure.
Just with causal chains.
Yeah, it's a different type of thing though. Yeah, because argument from motion is about like changing, like chains of change, whereas this is about like the argument from contingency is about chains of contingency.
Okay, maybe I'm failing to see a difference there.
I can pull up my doc and I can read through premises to see if there's any like.
Because they're like pretty. You're just talking about one. I don't know what the difference is between like I get it what you're saying, like the contingency, what you're saying about contingencies, but hierarchical causal chains, like they're contingent upon something else, which is contingent upon something else, contingent for that chain to exist, right?
One sec. I'm sorry. Let me. I'm getting it pulled up. So, the first way is Some things are in a process of change. Whatever's in the process of change is being changed by something else. An infinite regress of changers, each changed by another, is impossible. Thus, there's first cause of change, not in itself the process of change. Well, whereas the third way is, 10 premises. This is absurd. There are contingent things. If an existent thing is contingent, then there was a time when it did not exist. Thus, if every existent thing is contingent, then there was a time when nothing existed. Something that does not exist cannot be brought into existence only by something that does not exist can be brought into existence only by something that already exists now. Okay, wait. So I'm identifying the difference. The fundamental difference in these things is that it's talking about when something exists, like getting brought into existence, as opposed to being like merely changed. So the argument from motion holds that things change because they're changed by another, whereas the argument from contingency is talking about why things exist, like what existence as like a property comes back to.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. I misconstrued the two then.
No, you're totally good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure.
I guess like this brute fact. Well, I was gonna say, so this brute fact contingency that it has to bottom out at, right? That there's no explanation for. What would you call it then? Like if there's no explanation for it, then it's not really a contingent thing. Is it? Yeah.
So this is like a confusion. Right? Aquinas uses the word contingency in a different way from like most philosophers. Most philosophers use contingency to refer to something that is possible but not necessary, whereas Aquinas uses contingency to refer to like something that didn't exist at some time.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's why I was confusing the two.
Yeah. So
like with the causal chains. But whatever, that's beside the point. But I understand. I'm asking your guys' when you refer to contingency, like a brute fact contingent, that seems like contradictory, like that definition.
No, because it would be like a possibility that's not a necessity but exists for no reason. So, and we agree. We don't believe in brute contingencies.
I'm actually on the fence about it, by the way.
You're on the fence about it?
Yeah, I don't think that we have enough information to know whether we have brute contingencies or that everything is necessary.
Are you sprinting away from wave function monism?
No, it could just be that the wave function is a brute contingency.
Oh my god, dude. The way the sinner's mind warps and rotates to avoid the truth of mathematical monism. But sure, okay.
So like what would this definition of this brute fact contingency be? I don't.
Yeah, it's like a contingency without explanation.
If it's a brute fact,
it has like no further explanation to it, basically.
So it's not necessary, though.
Yeah, it's not necessary, but there's no reason for why it is this way as opposed to not.
Okay, so that would be like a denial of like the PSR.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what it is, yeah.
Okay, so it's just like a opposite argument of the PSR.
So you...
Okay, yeah. Did I cut out?
A bit, yeah. But please continue.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. So you're saying there's no reason for why this contingent thing, or there's no explanation for... So why is that argument more convincing than my argument?
I reject brute contingencies, or at least I think it seems very plausible that brute contingencies don't exist. You know, that I'm inclined to believe.
Is it because
even if you accept if you allow brute contingencies to exist, then you don't need an ultimate an ultimate cause for hierarchical causes, because you could just say, oh, that's just a brute contingency. It doesn't have a cause. It doesn't have an explanation.
Yeah, but it seems like more of like a. I don't know. I feel because of the violation of PSR, I feel like we see like the PSR working everywhere around us. Right?
Not really.
I feel like that's more into.
So, I mean, like in a lot of things we do, but there are some things that we do not have at least depending on your interpretation of quantum mechanics, we do not have justification, or we do not have explanations for. Not sufficient explanations anyway.
There is such thing as true randomness. I agree.
Hold on, then you can't have the PSR.
Well, there's the PSR, and then there's like a limited version of the PSR, which I've heard it explained before, but I'm trying to think.
Yeah, so strong PSR says that everything has an explanation. Weak PSR says that all contingent things have an explanation. So if you hold the brute contingencies, you reject both of them.
Okay. Yeah, so why would did you say the weak PSR was the just contingent things have an explanation?
All contingent things have an explanation, yeah.
Okay, so holding the weak PSR, that seems more intuitive to me, and I would assume most people. What is my reason to believe that?
How does the weak PSR explain randomness?
So what's my reasoning for why?
I'm sorry, I just need clarification here. Suppose that you hold to the weak PSR. How do you explain when a particular quantum decay happens? What is the sufficient reason for it happening at that point rather than some other point?
Maybe.
Depending on your interpretation, there probably isn't one if you hold to Copenhagen interpretation. In fact, there explicitly isn't one if you hold the Copenhagen interpretation. I don't think Copenhagen interpretation is compatible with either PSR.
What's that interpretation?
Just that there's true randomness in relation to quantum states and the way that they engage quantumly.
If you accept true randomness, I don't know how you can have consistency with either PSR.
Well, I've heard that I've heard an analogy to dropping a ball on an infinitely sharp tip, right? There's true randomness in which side that ball is going to roll off of, right?
Yeah, so what's the explanation? What's the sufficient reason to explain why it goes down one rather than the other side?
Well, if it was a limited PSR view, it would be that the ball is contingent upon something dropping it. Or contingent on that infinitely sharp point for why it goes to one side. Because it still does go to one side, and it's contingent upon that infinitely sharp point to go to one side.
I just want to clarify. What do you mean by the limited principle of sufficient reason, then?
It's what Ian explained.
Yeah, just that all contingencies have an explanation.
Is it a sufficient explanation, or just an explanation that's not necessarily sufficient?
It would need to be sufficient.
If it's a sufficient explanation, then the contingency of it ending up on side A rather than side B just doesn't have an explanation.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on the PSR. I think I'm not sure. I'd have to look.
To be honest,
I'd have to look into that. Honestly.
Totally fine.
So I'll grant you that. I don't know. I've heard it explained specifically. I don't know if you guys ever watch any debates on this. Because Alex O'Connor brought up the same thing in a debate with Trent Horn. And Trent Horn explained it, but I don't know. But Alex O'Connor was using a different argument. He didn't necessarily disagree with how Trent Horn explained that, but he brought up the hidden variable. I think it was
something with quantum mechanics. The Bohmian interpretation.
Who did, Trent or Alex?
Trent must have, if he was trying to say, oh, there is an explanation, it's the Bohmian interpretation, and true randomness doesn't exist. I'm asking, if true randomness does exist, what is the sufficient reason?
No, he gave another explanation for why it works with true randomness, but okay. and Alex, I don't know what it was though, so it might be wrong. I have no idea. I'll go look into it and I'll bring it up next time I come up here. But Alex argued from the hidden variable, which I actually would want to ask you at some point about, that they prove that there's no hidden variable for why, that there's truly no reason for why when a particle spins up, another particle spins down. There's no explanation behind that. I don't know. I think it was because they used distance to prove or something.
So look. The question of whether there's genuinely true randomness is an open question. But if you grant that there's true randomness just by definition, true randomness just means that there's an outcome which is not explained by any prior is not explained by anything, right? That's what it means to be truly random.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Right? That's what you mean by true randomness, right?
No, yeah. I would. So, what would I think you said Bohemian interpretation.
Bohmian.
What's the Bohmian
interpretation? The Bohmian interpretation is just, it's a silly little interpretation, but it's an interpretation of quantum mechanics that there actually is just one particle in one place, and you just can't know where it is until you measure it. And it's guided by the wave function, and you can't access the wave function at all. By the way, it also includes true randomness, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so what's the problem with that interpretation?
Let me just double check. I think it has a stochastic term in its equations of motion. Or does it not? No, okay, so it doesn't have a stochastic term. The problems with it is that it seems to be incompatible with like quantum field theory.
Okay, like seems to be, or just
as far as I'm aware, nobody has figured out a way to do quantum field theory with this interpretation.
Okay, so it's just
it might just be like incompatible and incorrect.
Okay, it's just unlikely at this point that interpretation is correct.
It is very unpopular as far as amongst physicists. It's not a very popular interpretation because it's not taken super seriously, just because of these kinds of issues.
So just to, I'll get off here soon. So you guys, you're arguing that the example I gave, where we have different universes that could have existed, logically possible they could exist, yet one universe does exist. Are you guys saying that this universe is necessarily does exist?
If necessitarianism is true, then yeah. And Blitz, you're agnostic to necessitarianism?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a necessitarian, so I think this universe exists necessarily.
Okay, so why would this go around the argument for motion or change? Like how that an infinite regress of hierarchical causal chains is impossible.
I think
unless it terminates by definition at something that is not doesn't have a potential.
I forget how this came up. Dr.
This came up because this came up because there was a question about, what is the hierarchical cause for H2O continuing to be H2O, water continuing to be water, basically. What is holding the water molecules together? And because the claim is that it could have been that they're not being held. It could have been that they weren't held together. There's a possible world in which these molecules are not held together currently. But that's only the case if there's another possible world that's distinct from ours, which under necessitarianism there are no such things.
But I'm saying that the necessity of this universe doesn't fit with the definition. That would satisfy I'm saying the thing that these causal chains have to terminate at, right, would have to be at something that by definition could not have been different, and we know by definition things could not have been different if they're logically impossible to exist, or if other state of affairs are logically impossible for it to exist, right? So it must be, there's a paradox to show that these infinite, I think the best bet to counter the argument is to show why an infinite regressive hierarchical causal chains could exist. But there's a paradox that's given.
I think probably the best argument against it is just eternalism, but I'm sorry, go for it.
What I'm saying is, by definition, in order for this for this hierarchical causal chain to terminate, it has to terminate at something that does not have any potential. So if it does not have any potential, it's logically impossible for it to have been different by its very nature.
Right. But look, so the point is that this is all assuming that
but the universe that is necessary. Okay, yeah, that's fine. If you want to fight after that premise, that's fine. But what I'm saying, if you are just appealing to a necessary universe, there's no logical impossibility with a universe being
if there's a necessary universe,
because we can conceive of one.
If there only exists a single necessary universe, then there are no potentials. Potentials are ways that things could have otherwise. Potentials are ways that things could have been. If there are no other ways a thing could have been, then it has no potential.
Yeah, so I would ask, what's the logical impossibility for a universe being different?
Necessitarianism is true. Therefore, these features obtain in all possible worlds. Therefore, there are no other possible features that it could have had at any given time.
But
that follows from necessity.
But do you see what you just did there? You
so
said.
the point is if.
But you're saying these features exist in all
this
possible worlds. That's presupposing. But you're like you just said there, Ian. You said these features exist in all possible worlds.
If necessitarianism is true, by definition, yeah.
Okay, so would the laws of our physical universe then be identical with the laws of logic?
No.
If you believe in necessitarianism,
they might be derivable from them.
How?
Sure.
You might perhaps you
I
can
would agree with that.
Them. But if
I would agree they flow from the laws of logic.
Wait, if they flow from the laws of logic, then you're a necessitarian, right? You don't want to do that.
No, because I think we can come to know things about our universe without having to physically observe it, just using reasoning and logic. And then we can later on prove it.
Derivable. I don't mean derivable in like an empirical sense. I mean derivable in the sense that you start with like some very foundational axioms about like, like laws of logic perhaps, or maybe you add some other stuff like set theory stuff or whatever. And then you may be able to just derive the only possible way that a universe could be.
Okay. Wait. Sorry, say that again. So what I'm saying is the laws of logic are descriptions of what must be, right? If you're a necessitarian, that means our physical laws, they must be that way. So they'd be identical. Not
that they're identical, but that they're derivable from
the laws of logic.
That they follow, that they deductively follow from the laws of logic.
So they are okay. So they're both, yeah. But I would agree with that though. Like even in the God I believe.
If you agree with that,
like
then you agree that the laws. You agree that the laws of physics are necessary.
No, but what I'm saying is they follow the laws of logic.
Oh, well, we agree that.
I see what you're saying. I'm saying you're saying. I see what you're saying. You're saying from the laws of logic, we can derive these physical facts about our universe.
Yes.
Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, if you're a necessitarian, that's the position that you hold.
Okay.
Well, not necessary. Okay, it's not necessary that you hold that position, but that is one way that you could hold that position.
So you would then say the laws of our physical universe must be.
That's what a necessitarian would say.
Yeah, necessitarianism is true. Yeah.
Okay, I just don't find that convincing. I feel like there's like I don't see how you can derive physical laws or physical, like you said you could start with an axiom and then get to like, oh, our gravitational constant is this. Like, is that what you're saying?
Well, and I think that it's important to remember like the dialectical burden here. If you're giving like an argument that seeks to deductively establish God's existence, like necessarily, then the burden of your interlocutor is just to prove that possibly that's not the case. So all you need to do as the interlocutor is demonstrate, well, possibly the necessitarianism is true. And if necessitarianism were true, then you'd be able to give some successful ontological argument for all of the laws of physics or something of that sort. Thus, that obtains, so these things could not have been different. Or at least it's possible that these things could not have been different. All the interlocutor has to demonstrate
it's not
that
possible.
It's possible.
It's not possible.
Yep.
Well, you would say as a necessitarian that it's not possible if these things could have been different.
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't find that convincing compared to if you want to go with Occam's razor, right? You might say like, oh, your position presupposes a moral agent, right, at the center of it. But I would say that we could weigh both sides of the evidence, and I feel like my explanation is more coherent.
Not under Occam's razor, certainly. You believe in two fundamental entities. You believe in the natural stuff and the supernatural stuff, whereas I would only have to believe in the natural stuff.
Well, but Occam's razor says if the evidence is equal between two sides, choose the simpler one.
Yeah. So, I mean, Occam's razor...
I don't believe the evidence is equal.
Why not?
Because I gave you a deductive argument for why it has terminated God. You just said it's possible. Like, I don't see any positive evidence for why
for why our physical laws could not have been different. I don't see any evidence. I haven't seen any evidence.
Yeah, the argument from necessitarianism.
Through any reasoning.
If brute contingencies don't exist, if an infinite chain of contingencies is not possible, then everything is necessary.
And to be clear, we've established now that there is, as long as you accept like standard modal logic, we've established now that that either everything is necessary, or there exists at least one brute contingency.
Are you when you ran me through the thought experiment about God's like creation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, like I can give you the formal argument if you'd like. It's kind of long, but like the formal argument for it exists.
I don't think I'm in a good position right now to like properly refute it. I think I'm gonna have to honestly go back and look at necessitarian. I've never encountered the argument, so I'm just gonna be humble here and not try to speak out on my butt.
If you want a good resource, a great book on this, it's one sec, let me pull it up. I think it's The Case for Necessitarianism, maybe. A Case for Necessitarianism by Amy Karofsky. She's like a philosophy professor. The book might be a bit of expensive, but I'm not sure. I don't know if you're like in university, but maybe there's like a website. You know, maybe you could find it on like some like pirate.
Yeah,
website.
I mean, I'll look into it. I'll look into it because it's definitely interesting. So I'll look into that, and then I'll hopefully. I have a quick question for Blitz though, real quick. What is that derivation behind you?
Oh, it was just scratch work that I was doing during my PhD. It was
okay.
Like I was in a meeting with my PhD super. Sorry.
What was your PhD on?
It was on differential geometry with applications to physics. So it was a physics PhD, and I was doing differential geometry to study some particular systems.
Nice. It seems complex. All right. I wanted to see if that was like a specific derivation you had, like for
no, it's nothing. It's nothing in particular.
Yeah, it's the mathematical proof for the non-existence of God. No, I'm kidding. But hey, it was great to talk to you. Thanks for being a good sport about all of it.
Yeah, of course. I'll look into it and hopefully get back to you guys at some point.
Yeah.
All right. Absolutely.
See you later.
Cheers. Everybody's nice. We've got some other people in the queue, but it doesn't show that their names loading. I might have to refresh my browser.
I see. Names, but
yeah, I'm gonna read some super chats while my browser refreshes over here. Second.
Oh, Justin fucking dematerialized. What the hell?
As he does.
I hope he's not reading super chats right now.
Oh, I'm disconnected from TikTok. Oops, that's my bad.
I'm of the opinion that more atheists need to enjoy philosophy, that it's not that bad, and that you should all start reading.
So I think what happens when I refresh my browser with the VPN on, it doesn't bring me back to the same room. It brings me back to a different room. I have to turn the VPN off to refresh the page for some reason.
By the way, Justin, can you bring me back up on TikTok? For some reason, it disconnected me.
Yeah. Let me grab you over on TikTok. I see ya. Bada bing, bada boom. And Fire Rock, I know you've requested 500 times to get up on TikTok. You'll never get in. We're not taking guests on TikTok. Every time you request, I'll kick you out of the request box until you get tired of clicking it. All right, let me read super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Abraham the Chaldean, thank you for the super chat. It says, just another comment on this trio. What a powerhouse. Thanks for what y'all do. Well, thank you, Abraham the Chaldean. I really appreciate that. And I agree, man. Listen, it's so nice to sit back here and just let Ian and Blitz take these guys down the argumentation path that I can't. And so rather than me have to like learn new arguments on the spot and have to refute them with science that I didn't learn in philosophy that I didn't read, Larry, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says Adam and Eve ate the guava. Interesting. And we all therefore know good from evil. Does that apply only to good and evil among human folk, or do we have knowledge of good and evil? Of the good and evil sky fairy does, same as God. Well, according to Genesis 3:22, it says that they've become like one of us, knowing good and evil, which kind of implies that knowing good and evil is something that gods inherently can do, and that humans now are like the God, knowing good and evil, which I think applies, Larry, to the idea that they now know what God knows in terms of what is good and what is not good. Forum, thank you for the super chat. Says 2 Thessalonians 2 is used by CUFI. Yeah, John Hagee's church. He's a goof. I would expect nothing less from a televangelist from Texas to justify support for the Gazan genocide. Biblical literalism, inerrancy is the cause of much suffering. First of all, I agree. And 2 Thessalonians 2 is really funny because, like, all you ever have to do is read it and you'll recognize it's a failed prophecy for the first century. It talks about how, like, the man of lawlessness is to come, but he's actually already there. He's just being restrained. In fact, if you go to the passage, let me pull it up real quick.
Thank you.
I know.
Let's go.
Let's see. Yeah. Verse 7 says, "For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work, but only until the one whom now restrains it is removed. And then the lawless one will be revealed." So Paul is admitting in this letter that whoever the Antichrist is, the man of lawlessness, that this person is already there. Something's just holding him back. He's about to be unrestrained and let loose, which means this is a fulfilled prophecy for the first century. This should never be used to justify end times things happening. But what are you going to do? Garbic Gaming, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Says, did you guys see Joe Schmidt present the ontological argument against God? Too long, didn't read. For God requires S5. Against God only requires KT, less baggage. I know what none of that means.
I'm familiar that Joe Schmidt recently published a paper on this. I've been meaning to read it, but my stack of like prior reading things is like way longer. I understand the argument is that, okay, so there's this thing called the modal ontological argument that basically states, like, it's possible that God exists, and if God existed, he would exist in all possible worlds. So there's a possible world where a being that exists in all possible worlds exists. Therefore, God must exist in the actual world. That's basically like the rough brush of like the modal ontological argument. The problem is that it has like a brutal reversal, which is that possibly God doesn't exist. Therefore, he cannot be I don't know, there isn't like this necessary being. So necessarily God doesn't exist. And the challenge is finding a symmetry breaker. And that's kind of the symmetry breaker that Joe Schmidt is putting forward for why we would prefer possibly God doesn't exist over possibly God exists. Although I don't know the specifics on it.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. And last one from Sidney IK says, thank you guys. Well, thank you for supporting the stream. We really appreciate that. We got a couple guests in our guest queue. Who was in first?
I would Son of Man, Son of God has been here for a while, but then he dropped and he came back, so I'd bring him up next.
All right, we'll get Son of Man. All right. Son of Man, Son of God, welcome in.
Son of Man, Son of God, welcome in.
Oop.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oop. Mate, I can hear myself too.
Mate, I can hear myself too.
Yeah, you got a really bad echo.
Got a bad echo.
Yeah, you got a really bad echo. Got a bad echo.
I don't know if you're like watching on your computer and calling in on your tablet or what's going on. If you got the speakerphone turned up really loud, but you may have to turn your speakerphone way down or put in earbuds or some sort of headphones.
Okay, how about now?
All right, let me see if it. I think you're okay, right? No, it's.
How about now?
I think you're okay, right?
It's still echoing a little bit.
It's still echoing a little bit.
Hold on, let me go get some headphones. I'll be right back. I apologize, but thank you for taking me.
Yep.
Can you guys see my face?
Yeah.
Hey, let me borrow your headphones for a second.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, hold on. I'm coming to get some headphones so I can see if I can help block that out.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. I'm have to go grab them. And they're tangled up. Hold on. Give me 20 seconds and I'll get them untangled here.
Sure.
Let's see here. Oh, shit.
Did we lose him?
I hope not. But maybe we did.
Why
Blitz,
is
you're
there-
muted.
Why is there
I
a
am muted, you're right.
a fire emoji next to his battery connection in Video Ninja?
Jesus fuck.
His phone
Is
is
his battery on
overheating.
fire?
His phone is overheating.
That makes sense.
Hey, son of man.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You should for sure turn your video off. But yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I have been watching you guys for over a year now, and I've been listening to what you're all saying, and I said, yeah, I hear you talk about how God doesn't exist. I can prove God exists. I can prove the concept of time. I can prove Scripture. Where do we want to start?
So God exists? That'd be cool.
Scripture might be cool too.
Oh, that's right. Justin has fucking blue balls at this point.
Yeah, let's talk about Scripture.
Yeah. So what's the evidence that the Scripture is true?
so-
By true, I assume you mean 100% of it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this. What comes first, the human design, time, or Scripture? Or what comes first, the chicken or the egg? We'll just start off with one of those first. What comes first?
I think you just asked 3 questions. Can you narrow that down into one question?
Okay, let's start off with the first one. What comes first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg?
Yeah, the egg.
Nope.
If we're talking about
Another
just
guess.
eggs in general.
Oh, okay. Gosh. Oh, no. Oh. I never considered no.
Okay, I'll put it this way. Think of it this way. What comes first, the mother or the child?
I thought we were having a biblical discussion. Did we change topics already?
We are. I'm going to get to it. What comes first, the mother or the child?
I think the mother would have to come first.
I think you're right. Oh, where'd he go? Oh no, he's still here.
Although
he's still here, I think his connection's just kind of faulty.
I got booted out for some reason, and then it came back in.
Son of man, can you turn off your video? It'll be easier on your phone.
Your phone's overheating right now, by the way.
Yeah, I will turn off my video.
Yeah.
Okay. What comes first, the mother or the child?
Are we assuming that there's like a strict...
If you want me to answer, I can answer it for you.
I think your question
mothers
is
generally
malformed.
Predate children.
Yeah, although I am thinking, right, like if we go back in the evolutionary timeline and like we think to ourselves, presumably there was I haven't looked into this, but I would presume that the way that like sexual dimorphism developed, like presumably there was a time where the thing just had like there was just like one sex, and then things would like reproduce with each other, but there was only one sex. So if we take mother to be like, it's not like a sexed notion, then presumably the child comes first. But if we're just talking like what comes first, the child or the parent, then the parent comes first.
That's not, the question I'm asking is not whether a man or woman comes first. A mother and a child and the father come into existence at the same time, meaning they coexist. It's a trick question. Kind of like
I actually don't think
the
it's
way
a
you
trick
look at it. And
question.
the reason why
I
I
think
say
it's a
that is
malformed question.
Okay, so the reason why I say that is because then I sit there and I say, what comes first, time, the human design, or Scripture? They all come in existence at the same time. So
Wait, no,
when
that
we
doesn't
look
make
at the
any
human
sense.
design, they're 52. Well, here's what I'm trying to explain it to you.
Time predated humans.
No, it doesn't. They came in existence at the same time.
Oh, Blitz, have you considered no?
Sure, yeah. So what's the argument that time came into existence?
When humans did, by the way. It's not just that there was a beginning, that the beginning happened at the same time that humans happened.
As well as Scripture.
So if you give me a chance to explain,
wait, to be clear, we know that humans predate Scripture,
and I'll explain this to you.
Just
okay, so
I just need a clarification. When you say Scripture, are you saying like the books?
Like yes, the book of truth.
Okay, because like there are humans before those.
Creation.
Because there are people before the books were written. I mean, evidently there were.
No, there wasn't.
Because evidently there were, because like Adam and Eve didn't have Scripture, even under your own worldview. Scripture didn't exist.
Yeah,
the books weren't written.
Okay, so
it just seems the reason that if a human being wrote the book, then humans predated the book. It just seems.
Here's let me explain to. Can I explain it?
Yeah, tell me how a human written book pre-existed humans. I want to hear it.
Okay, so do you all know why there are 52 weeks in a year?
Well, we divide up our year.
It's a social convention.
Yeah.
No, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. So as God walked through the Garden of Eden, and he was talking to
By the way,
Adam,
there are not 52 weeks in a year. There are not 52 weeks in a year. There's slightly more than 52 weeks in a year. There are 52
as
weeks
I can go here and
like
explain,
1 day.
Okay, so as I can explain it to you, you have 5 fingers on 2 hands, or you have 2 hands and 10 fingers. So when you look at that, when God walked through there, he says, look, Adam, I'm going to tell you, there's 52 weeks in the year. This is how you remember half time, because you have 5 fingers on 2 hands.
Oh, sure, yeah. Show me that Bible verse.
Talk about, does God not say we're made in God's images and God makes everything in the hands? So this is what I'm trying to explain it to you. So you go through.
You said, did God said a thing? I want you to show me where it says it.
If you would just allow me to make my statements before you can then interject. And as I said, just give me 2 minutes to make my declaration. Then after I'm done.
Well, see, the problem with giving you a long time to talk is you're going to say a bunch of really silly things. And then we have to take you all the way back to the first silly thing and clarify the first silly thing. So rather than letting you
in scripture, it says after 40 days.
So rather than letting you say 15 silly things and then take you all the way back to the first silly thing, what we're doing is we're stopping you at the first silly thing and saying, listen, before we can move on to the next collection of silly things, we need you to clarify the first silly thing. So that's why we're not just going to give you 2 minutes to yap. Do you understand why we're not going to do that?
Fine.
Okay. So we'll address it one thing at a time. All right. So your first point is about the number.
We'll start off with the.
Your first point is about the number 52.
I'm just saying that time exists on your hands, as in 52 weeks in a year, 24 hours in a day, 28 days for the month of February. Every 29th day, you get a full moon.
Sure.
All these numbers.
If you decide to divide it by 7, you get roughly 52.
You have 2 hands and 10 fingers, as in 2 tablets and 10 commandments.
Yeah, but that's if you divide it by 50.
10 laws. After 40 days and 40 nights, what's the 41st day of the year? 2:10. When it says, go find the water bearer, go find the man carrying the jug of water. God's spirit was in darkness, hovering over waters deep. These are just different ways to describe the constellation Aquarius. This is why God says, or Jesus says in Luke 22:10 and Mark 14:13, go find the water bearer, go find the man carrying the jug of water, follow him, he will lead you to my Father's house. This is why it's in Luke, when Jesus is arrested by the authorities, he's followed by a man in the linen cloth who then runs away naked. This all just refers.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there. So this is why I started out saying we're not going to let you say 10 silly things and keep on going, right? You're going to say one silly thing, and then we'll talk about the one silly thing that you said, and then we can move on to the next silly thing. What I'm not going to let you do, by the way, you're muted, just so you know, no one can hear you. Okay. So what we're not going to do is let you yap for 2 minutes, say a repeated string of unconscious, silly nonsense, and then not actually get to talk about each one at a time. So the reason why you're being muted right now, and again, you know you're muted. I told you you're muted. You heard me say that you're muted. I don't know why you're talking. No one can hear you. I can't hear you. No one can hear you. Just so you're aware, no one can hear you. Okay? So every time you move your lips, no one can hear you. You're wasting your breath. Okay. So what's going to happen here is we're going to talk about each one of your talking points one at a time. You're not going to gish gallop through them. You're not going to rattle off a whole string of stuff that sounds convincing to you but is nonsense to everyone else, and then hope we just don't get around to addressing them. We can talk about them one at a time. So which one do you want to start with? Which is the one talking point that you love so much that you need to have a discussion on?
I would like to start off with the 2-10 dynamics of our hands and how it relates to Scripture.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about that.
Okay. Am I free to talk, or am I waiting to listen, or am I unmuted? I don't know where I am.
I'm asking you for the argument that has to do with the number of fingers on our hands.
Yeah, you're unmuted. Go for it.
Okay, so we have 2 hands and 10 fingers, or 2 hands and 10 digits. Is that correct? So
in general, yeah.
When you look at the 8 fingers, okay, so if you look at the 8 fingers that you have on each one of the hands, you have them broken off in 12 sections. That's 12 sections adds up to 24. That's how you get 24 hours in a day.
Therefore, God?
No, we're starting off with the 2-10 connection.
What about all the cultures that don't do 24 hours in a day?
I'm not familiar with any of those, so I'm only dealing with what I know in the sense that I have a 24-hour-a-day period. I'm just trying to demonstrate how time is on our hands and how this construct of 2-10 relates to Scripture. Because if you look at Bible verses that are 2-10, you will see a message and a theme, whether it be
I think
Moses
it
pulled out of
miscounted.
the Nile River. You have two hands and 10 digits around your palm.
Yeah,
Is that not correct? Yes or no?
So I've got 5 fingers, right? And if you're counting the creases on your finger, what you don't end up is with 12. You end up with 14.
No, you have well, that's with including your thumb, and that's where you get a fortnight. But I'm just talking.
Why
about
would
your
I not
fingers
include
first.
my thumb?
When you include your you include your thumb so you can get 28 days. That's why there's 28 days in the month of February.
Okay, so then it says
I'm gonna ask
arbitrary.
a really stupid question. I'm gonna ask a really stupid question. When did the very first star form?
The very first star form is when God created morning star.
No, I'm asking like what year? Approximately.
What year?
You can give me like an approximate.
I don't know, around probably 15 billion years ago.
Okay, now were there people back then?
Oh yeah, there's people have always existed.
15 billion years ago?
Before the first star?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
See, this is. So this is a simulation.
So
how does that work?
Okay. So human beings existed before the sun was created?
Yes.
Of course, he
God existed
believes
before
in simulation.
time.
But I'm talking about people, not God.
This is a simulation. This is a simulation.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't do it. Don't take the bait. It's
not
debate's obvious. Don't take it. Don't do it. Okay. So what would you make of the Huainanzi hours, which have 15 hours of daylight? They're from the Han era.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Yeah. So in the Han Dynasty in China, they have a system called Huainanzi, which outlines 15 hours.
Okay, and what we've come to realize is that there's 24 hours in a day, and there's 365 days in a year.
What's the wrong maker in their time view?
I'm not here to refute or disprove the Han China dynasty. That has nothing to do with me per se. I'm here to talk about how there's a correlation between time, Scripture, and the human design. And if that's what I'm here to discuss. If you guys want to talk about other things outside of that, I'm willing to engage.
We're trying to track that because your argument is about like the 5-2 division, about the 52 weeks. You're saying that because there's 52 weeks in a year, and because you've got the finger division is 5 times 2, that somehow there's some kind of a connection. But as it turns out,
wait, how does 5 times 2 get you to 52?
It doesn't get you to 52, but it's those same numbers, 5 and 2.
Oh, so in base 10, but the
hands,
ancient
so
Babylonians used a base 60.
Yeah, but the other problem too is that in the Old Testament there actually wasn't 52 weeks; there were 50 weeks. So they were on the lunar calendar. The lunar calendar only has just a hair over 50 weeks.
I'm familiar with all what you're saying. And on every 29th
I don't
day,
think
we get
you
a
are.
full moon cycle. Is that not correct?
So if there's only 50 weeks in the lunar calendar rather than 52, that means that your argumentation is not actually real. Like you've made a point of argumentation that's not true.
So let's get back to the 2 hands and 10 fingers. As I said, I was using the 52 as just showing one example, but let's get back to the 210. So when you look at your hands, you have 2 hands and 10 fingers, as in 2 tablets and 10 commandments. After 40 days and 40 nights, what's the 41st day of the year? 2:10.
What the fuck does our fingers have to do with the tablets?
Gospels, John 2:10, Mark 2:10,
You know there were more than 10
Matthew 2:10.
commandments, by the way. Just so you're aware, if you bothered to read them, there's more than 10.
But Moses came down from Mount Sinai with 2 tablets and 10 commandments.
There was 2 tablets, but if you read them, there were more than 10 commandments.
Actually, there were 15. He just dropped one of the tablets along the way.
We agree to disagree.
I love the Mel Brooks version.
If there's 2 tablets and 10 commandments,
it does not disread them.
After 40 days and 40
there's more
nights,
than 10.
What is the 41st day of the year? 2:10.
Do you
on
think
the
that
Julian calendar?
Yeah, do you think that this is convincing? They weren't on the lunar calendar. The solar calendar. They're on the lunar calendar.
I'm trying to explain to you. I'm just asking you.
I need you to actually pay attention. I need you to put your listening cap on and
40 days and 40 nights.
Only on the Gregorian calendar. It's not true.
The 41st day of the year.
On the Hebrew calendar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On the Hebrew calendar, it's not true.
Are we talking?
How many days does the first month of the Hebrew calendar have?
January has 31 days. That's why there's 31.
I was asking about the Hebrew calendar, not some Roman pagan calendar, my guy. I'm talking about the holy God's Hebrew calendar.
I'm sitting here talking about the presence. I'm talking about the presence, and I'm trying to sit here and say that.
Well, why are you using a pagan calendar?
Yeah, we're using the calendar that's in the book. We're using the calendar that the Bible actually uses.
And I'm trying to sit here and try to tell you that the Bible is a living, breathing word.
It's not
manifesting itself right now. Jesus
but it's not.
predicted what was happening. It is. Jesus predicted what's happening in the Middle East when he gave
certainly
the parable
didn't.
of the new wine and old wineskins.
He certainly did
He
not.
said you don't put. Yes, he did, because he says you don't
He
put
certainly
new
did
wine
not.
in old wineskins. You don't put the new Jews in old Israel, because what's going to happen is it's going to cause it to burst.
That's literally not what that's referring to. Like you're just picking words in the New Testament and making them to be whatever you want them to be.
I'm trying to tell you, I have discernment because I'm the Son of Man. I'm the Son of God. I'm the second coming.
You certainly don't have discernment. You have a delusion.
John 4:6.
The Son of Man is a reference to Daniel chapter 7. So did you complete the requirements of Daniel 7?
It's also Jesus referred to himself as the Son of Man.
Did you complete the requirements of Daniel 7?
Let's look at Revelations 22:16.
Did you complete the requirements of Daniel 7? Son of Man, stop yapping.
When the Son of Man comes, he will come back from the
Well,
house.
maybe if he dodges your question a couple more times, no one will notice.
Yeah, so I just have to mute you. I've never seen such like a pathetic Son of Man that can't control his own impulses. I expected the Messiah to have better impulse control. So, Son of Man, that the idea of a Son of Man, right? A messianic figure referred to as the Son of Man comes from Daniel chapter 7. You're saying you are the Son of Man. I'm simply requiring an answer to the question, did you fulfill the requirements of Daniel 7?
Yes, and I recall the requirements of Revelations 22:16 as well.
Okay, so in Daniel 7, when it says, I saw one like a human being coming on the clouds of heaven, you did that? You showed up on the clouds of heaven with the Ancient One?
Yes.
Oh shit, when did that happen?
Yes.
You'd think that'd be front page news.
I was born on February 10th, 1972 at 4:46 p.m. If you'd
in
like to see my birth certificate, I can pull it up and show
1972, you appeared on the clouds?
I was born. I was born on February 10th, 1972.
Well, yeah, I was born too. I'm asking about the whole being in the clouds portion. You were born in the clouds?
What was your social security number?
Well, see, this is what I'm trying to express to you. I'm the flesh-made word.
I'm sure you are.
I'm the flesh-made word. So when you talk about John 2:10, Jesus' first miracle turning water into wine, serving the good wine second, that's John 2:10. And then it says at the wedding of Cana, he returned back to the village at 4:46. So I was born at 2:10 at 4:46. If you're familiar with the Tablet of Destinies from the Anunnaki, it says the one finds himself
Of course
in
he
the
believes in the Anunnaki.
We're currently making fun of somebody who might need clinical
Yeah,
care.
I think that we should to avoid like ableism against this like person who's like clearly unwell. I think we should probably move to the next.
Yeah,
one.
I think we've now definitely crossed over into an abusive dialogue. All right, let me grab I've got a couple super chats and we'll get CK pulled into the conversation. Sit said, I can prove God, I can prove scripture. I was hoping he'd prove scripture. I didn't realize he was just going to do, well, here's a number that matches another number. What about that?
I think that I should come up with like, or just someone should come up with like a like parody numerology for like Hinduism. Yeah, and when you know fucking eight times I cried when I was 7, and when you go and count Kali's arms, how many are there?
And then you go look at like the 52nd word of the Bhagavad Gita, and you find that it's that if you align the 52nd word with the, you know, the 7th word of, you know, and so on and so forth, then you get Vishnu is real or something.
Yeah.
Praise Vishnu. Cameron, thank you for the super chat, says, Justin, were cars created before humans' existence? I mean, according to the prior caller, maybe not. We certainly aren't sure. We need to check our numerology to find out. But I'm of the opinion that cars post-existed human beings. I am the big cheese. Good to see you. Oh, sorry, I am cheese. I think you might have changed the spacing in your name. Anyways, welcome back. This Hebrew calendar is 50 to 55 weeks a year. Rosh Hashanah is around August or between August and October. Yeah, the lunar calendar really screws up this guy's talking point about the 52 weeks, as does the Babylonian calendar and all the other calendars that were in existence at the time that the Old Testament was written. Fierce Interaction, thank you for the super chat, says, what came first, chicken or egg? Egg, okay. What came first, mother or child? These discussions are such a guilty pleasure sometimes. It's hard to listen to because like you would expect these types of nonsense questions from like a 12-year-old. You don't expect them from an adult man who also is a shirtless messiah. Okay. Let's grab CK from our queue. And CK, I saw you were smoking earlier. You can't smoke while you're on live stream. That's just one of the policies that TikTok has. So we're happy to talk to you, but just don't smoke on screen with us.
Or you can turn off your video. That's fine
Can
too.
do.
Yeah, either one. So CK, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah, I'm at least 18, and I do believe in a god.
Cool. Okay. And is it a particular god?
Just God.
Okay.
So
as in justice.
Do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead?
Can we start off by saying hello to one another? Hey, Dr. Blitz. Hey, Dane Cook, and hey, allegedly Ian, if that's your real name. Good to meet you guys.
You do kind of look like
Are you guys
Dane
doing
Cook,
good today?
Justin.
Dane Cook?
Yeah, we're doing great. Yeah,
Are you guys
it's so
doing good
nice to
today?
meet you. Hi,
So
CK.
you believe in God,
I hope you're having a blast. I hope you
So you
enjoyed.
believe in God then, because you're doing good, because you felt joy, because you've studied quantum mechanics and
World
art
shattered.
and history and philosophy, and you know
Oh, shit.
everything there is to know.
We're all theists now. We're all believers.
How do you guys?
have
It just
quantum
happened.
mechanics, yeah.
How do you guys know that there's no God? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, that's really easy. So a mind couldn't create the universe because prior to creating the universe, the mind would believe that the universe does not exist. After creating the universe, the mind would believe that the universe does exist.
I have
That would
no
require
fucking clue
change,
what
but
you
that
just
can't
said,
be
and I
if the
won't
mind is
either,
outside of
because you're
time. I don't
way
know
too
why you're
fast.
getting so upset. There's really no reason to interrupt.
Because you're talking too fast, and I can't comprehend what
Okay.
you're saying, and I don't believe
So-
there's any point to what you're saying.
Okay, then I'll start over. Prior to God creating, God would believe the universe does not exist. After God created, God
Let's
would
stop
believe
there.
that the universe
Say
does
that again.
exist. That's a change. God can't change if he's outside of time, but he would need to be outside of time because time is a part of the universe.
Next.
Does God have beliefs?
This guy's a rhetorical titan. Holy shit. Next? I've never heard next before. What a solid rebuttal. What a worthwhile refutation of the argument.
Right. So we'll try again. Ian's argument is really easy. Does God have beliefs?
I'm not God. I don't know.
You don't know if God does he know things?
Do you?
I'm asking about God. Does God know things?
Have you ever felt peace?
Does God know things?
Have you ever felt happiness?
Does God know things?
Have you ever expressed love?
It's clear that you don't have any of those things. We're asking you about the God you believe in. Does God have knowledge?
You, dude. Have you ever felt love?
Yeah.
Don't run away from the question. Don't be a coward. Does God know things?
Do you know love?
Yeah,
I know your mom's love.
Do you know how words work?
Got his ass.
And now he's frozen.
Oh,
You just get him out of here.
That's right.
Servant of Godhead has been in the queue for a while as well. I figure we can bring him up next.
Yeah. All right. Let's bring in
I
Servant.
think that he was before Orange Moon.
I don't actually know, to be honest. But we'll bring in Servant of Godhead. Welcome in, Servant.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I being heard?
Yeah.
We can hear you, yeah.
Yep. Servant, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm 18 almost. I'm into my 20s.
So you're not 18.
And at first, I want to thank everyone. You are discussing something.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page, Servant. You're not 18?
But no, I'm 18 already.
Oh, because you
I'm
said
20. No,
you said
actually,
yes, I'm 18
28,
almost.
yes. No, that automatically by flow it came automatically.
Okay, so
actually,
you're older
I'm not
than
from
18.
There, I'm from India, far away.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm far away from there, India.
And what kind of a God do you believe in?
Actually, I want to clear this term God. How the question you are asking were legit actually, because firstly, different thing. Let me explain. Firstly, not explanation, little bit admittal. The thing is,
I can't understand
without
you.
knowing.
I didn't understand any of those words.
Please let me speak. Then.
Well, no, because when you were speaking, I can't understand you.
Yeah. Oh, you cannot understand my accent.
That's true. I can't. At least with what you just said, I can't understand it. You can try saying it again. Maybe I'll understand it the second time.
I'll try to say slowly.
Please.
And then you may understand.
Sure.
So this philosophy is far away from there. Because you are Americans and all those. I don't know if actually where from you are, but we are from India. So here is different philosophy. Now you may bring a conclusion that okay, so in India there is a different philosophy, here we have different philosophy, they have different philosophy. So these all philosophy, they may be simply mythological, they may be thinking themselves. This you think you can draw, and you are drawing that I am saying, that's why I have joined this. But this is not the way. And the main problem, your name is
right,
allegedly Len, this is your name.
So
Ian,
but the question we asked was, what God do you believe in? We know that the West has a different philosophy than the East. What God system do you believe in?
Yeah, I'm answering that question. So I was setting a pre-stage. So I wanted to talk to him. Just see, like you are asking what kind of God I believe. So you may don't actually God, these things what you have asked me firstly, God is a person or not a person, and he is actually he has knowledge or he doesn't have knowledge, he is beyond time, so I want to come to these questions. So that's why I was setting stage for that. So generally we think that because so many philosophies are there, it means that none of the philosophy is right because there are differences. But this is not the reality. The science of
But
God
what
is
God concept do you
around us.
believe in? Are you Hindu? Are you Christian? Are you Islamic? What are you?
God is God is a simple person. He is God, supreme
Okay,
creator
so
of
you believe
everything.
in one
How can you
God.
say someone is a Hindu? God is always one. That is the
Okay, so
verdict of
to be
everything.
clear, you believe in a single God.
Yeah, God is one. That is a
Okay,
fact. And
does
Hindu, Muslim, what is
does
there?
the single God have a name or a religion or anything
Yeah, he
else?
has a name. His name is Krishna. His name is Krishna. The name is
Okay.
there. Of course, he has a name. Like Dane Cook, your name is Dane, right? Similarly, his name is Krishna.
Yeah,
What's
his name is Dane.
the difference between God and us? Wait. The difference. Why you are laughing, man? Firstly, you think
because his
the main.
no servant. It's because his
Yeah.
name isn't Dane Cook.
No, his name is not Dane Cook. His name is Krishna. He has got name.
No,
Its
no,
name
I'm
is that.
talking.
His name is very. His name meaning is there. Actually, God doesn't have name. This is the fact. But by his attributes, we give him a name. I mean, his qualities. By his qualities, we give name. So,
Okay.
Krishna means in Sanskrit, it means all attractive. So God is all attractive. So if we want
Servant,
to assign
are
any
you a
sort of
member?
name to God, so that is all attractive.
Servant, are you a member of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness?
Yeah, I'm a follower of it.
Okay.
You guessed right. So
Okay,
that's
go
why
ahead.
I have
Continue.
got some. Okay, so if you want to assign God a particular name, then it can be only Krishna because it means all attractive. God is all attractive, right? For example, general people think that the scientists are intelligent. That's why intelligent attract people. That's why a lot of people are hearing the podcast now, right? Because they think they are intelligent. That's
So
why
many
you all are
words.
intelligent. This is
All
general
right.
belief.
So
So
what would
intelligence
be
attract. Intelligence
the
attract.
argument or the evidence that the God you're referring to exists?
Okay. So many people have seen God. Actually, you all are. See, this material world is just a covering. There is a spiritual sphere, and material world exists in the spiritual sphere. Just like a, let me give you an example. Just like sun and earth, there is a when cloud comes in front, then we think like it is covered up. Some part is covered up, but actually not all parts are covered. There is free space also. Similar, I know, I surely know. This is very difficult to understand because you have never heard of these things before. But this is the fact. Just like cloud comes before
Servant, you
in
haven't
front.
said anything yet.
Yeah.
You haven't said anything about your God. Like I feel like you have a lot
I
of
said his
thoughts
name
on
is
your
Krishna.
mind, but you can't organize your
Yeah.
thoughts, right? So when we ask you what's the evidence that your God exists, it sounds like what you want to say is that people experience your God. Is that what you're saying?
This is the fact. Another
It's
so many things
crazy.
are there. Not this
You
is one
needed
evolution.
you needed 3 words
Yeah.
to say that. You could have just said people experience God. You didn't have to do all the
It is
rambling,
one.
right? Okay. So you believe that people do
This
in
is one.
fact experience God. So what would lead me to believe that people are experiencing God rather than some kind of hallucination?
This is one. Another thing is by your there are pramanas. Pramana means proofs. So proofs are explained in Sanskrit in various things. So there are various proofs. Like there is direct perception. This is called prataksha praman. So by your sense perception, like you are behind you, there are books, right? If you see the books, and the books exist in front of you. This is called prataksha praman. Basic praman, basic
That's
form
not
of
strictly
proof.
true.
Basic proof. It's
There's
not
you
strictly
can be
true,
wrong
right?
about what you see. Like it can appear to you that what you
Yes,
see is one way, and it
yes.
actually
This is,
turns out to be like a different way.
I'm coming to
I
you.
would reject like a
I'm coming to
necessary
you.
connection between what you see and what there actually
Yeah,
is.
this is when explaining this, it is already said that this prataksha praman, this direct sense perception, is not to be considered always true. This is the thing. This is always explained. I was coming to it. Next thing is by speculation or philosophy, by thinking, by mental speculation. Like you see something and you started philosophizing it or try to understand it, speculating it. And this is the main process of generating knowledge in the modern age. Just say all the scientists, what they are doing, actually they are seeing something, sense perception, and another thing is speculation. These two things are there, and by mixture of these two things they say that are experiments. Yeah. So by experimenting means what? By your sense perception you are getting something, and the results you are doing some mathematical calculation or something and bringing out something. So this is the process of understanding at modern age, but this Vedic science is not understood by this process. Why? Because the Lord name is called Adokhaja. His another name, Krishna's another name is Adokhaja. Adokhaja means it is beyond the perception of a, I mean, we cannot explain him in the words, or it is beyond the perception of the.
Oops. My finger slipped. Too bad. Let's bring in Orange Moon, and we'll.
We have some super chats.
Oh, we do, don't we? From Tim, thank you so much. Tim says, "Your mom's love." That was fire, by the way. Oblitz, juvenile callers get juvenile jabs. I agree. And Sit says his name is not Dane Cook. His name is Krishna, which, by the way, he did say that, whether he meant to or not. The reality is, if I'm Krishna, I'm God.
No, I think that he was confused. He thought that I was referring to Krishna by the name Dane Cook. Not that he was calling you Krishna.
That's a shame. I was going to be the deified Dane Cook for a minute.
Also, it's very funny that that guy thinks that you look. I mean, like you look a little like Dane Cook. I can see the relationship.
There's
I mean,
a
you're both,
resemblance.
like white guys. Both have some facial hair, you know. But like aside from that, like I don't know.
Oh boy, I've never been called Dane
science,
Cook.
The whole Vedic science thing is pretty well associated with like Hindu nationalism. So
that's interesting. Didn't know.
Yeah.
Orange Moon, welcome in.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see Orange Moon.
Really?
Yes, my camera's off at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do want to thank you all for, having me on the channel. I do want to just establish like some etiquette rules, I guess. Just not interrupting or talking over each other, with the caveat of like, for me, I'll talk 1 to 2 minutes max at a given moment. So to not be long-winded.
Have we talked before?
We've talked once before.
I can't hear anything that he's saying. I can't even see him. Let me just refresh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very, very presumptuous of you, Dr. Blitz. You're going to be so surprised.
Yeah, I think Orange Moon came up and talked to Ian and I last time we were live.
Yeah, and I do want to thank Ian. Like, I feel like when you were confused about something that I might have said, you asked clarifying questions. I think that's probably like a good kind of way to handle things instead of just dismissing and, going that route. So, yeah, so basically my starting like point would be that for me, to give you some context, I am agnostic. And I believe that believing that time had no starting point, or like infinite regression, it makes less logical sense than belief in God or entity outside of the rules of our universe.
Why?
So I would love to like just hear you guys' like initial kind of thoughts about that, and then I can kind of give why I believe that.
Well, I would be more interested, like, why would I think that?
No, I mean, like, what are your thoughts initially about that?
Yeah. We can just approach this from like an Occam's razor perspective. If we can explain the universe as either like time always existed or God created time, under Occam's razor, we should always just prefer that time always existed. We either posit the universe plus God or just the universe. So we should just say that the universe exists rather than the universe and God, unless we have like some reason to think that the universe couldn't just exist.
Right. So kind of my reasoning behind it is, one, both infinite regression and God do not have definitive proof of their existence, of its existence. Is that something that we can all agree on?
I think numbers are an infinite regress.
Right, but I mean, like, infinite regression, in reality, we do not have a definitive proof of its existence, right?
Well, this is controversial among the other two people, but I think numbers exist in reality.
No, not numbers. Specifically, infinite regression.
Numbers are an infinite regress.
Well, I mean,
do you mean an infinite regress of time?
Yes, sorry, yeah. To clarify, infinite regression of time. That is not. We don't have any definitive proof of that Can we agree on that?
Well,
Sure.
we don't have any definitive proof either way.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
Right.
that's my point. Like,
So I
with
think the
infinite
claim that
regression of time.
time once didn't exist would require some level of proof or argumentation, right? Because like we can demonstrate that it does exist.
Right. Well, we can illustrate that time exists. We cannot illustrate that regression or infinite regression of time exists. Can we agree on that one?
Well, I think the problem is you're making like this is one of those things where like when you talk to somebody about evolution and you're like, well, you can't prove that this animal evolved into this other animal because you weren't there. Like that's kind of what you're suggesting. Like you're suggesting like there's nothing we can do that would lead us to conclude that an infinite regressive time is plausible because like there's no way for us to investigate all of time.
Well, it's more so just an establishing point. So just like we can establish like existence of God, there's no definitive proof of that, right? That's just really just kind of what we're doing right now. We're just laying the foundation.
Right,
So
but
yeah, like what
I think
what
if the
Dr. Blitz
foundation
said. Oh,
is
I'm sorry, please
definitive
don't interrupt.
proof,
I'm so sorry.
if the foundation is
I
definitive
really do want to
proof,
make
like
sure that we don't
I think
interrupt each other.
you're raising the
Um,
bar to a level that's unnecessary for discourse. So
well,
like
I
when
think
we're
I
talking
think
about
like
whether or not something either is or isn't, we're not asking if there's definitive, irrefutable proof. We're asking what seems to be the most likely way to interpret the data that we have.
well, in this moment, that's what I'm doing is speaking to the fact that we do not have definitive proof of infinite regression of time. That's really just my only point at this moment,
Mhm.
just as a foundational like building block. So yeah, I do want to hear from like Dr. Blitz as well, and I do want to make sure that we are being respectful, like to not interrupt each other. But yeah, that's like as of right now, my only establishing point is to establish that just like the existence of God, we also do not have proof of the existence of infinite regression of time, correct?
To be clear, whether or not the universe has had an infinite number of past days is irrelevant to the God question. Well, if it has had an infinite number of past days, it makes the God question a lot harder to answer for theists. But even if the universe did have a first day, it doesn't mean that God exists.
Right, but I'm not even like I'm not even making the point to say that. It's more so just a matter of fact sort of establishing point that I'm making.
Sure,
Just to
granted. What's
establish
next?
that just to establish that we don't have proof of God's existence. We also don't have proof that infinite regression of time exists as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Sure.
so
Okay.
Sure. What next?
Where are we going from there?
yes, so with that being said, both of these things take to believe in God or to believe in, I'll say IR moving forward, infinite regression of time. Because we don't have definitive proof of either of those things, it's going to take a level of, some may say faith or some may say, assumption or whatever it may be to believe in either of those things, correct?
False. Absolutely
No.
false. No.
Okay,
Faith is
so
a
tell
belief
me
in the
why.
absence of evidence, whereas we have lots of evidence, or like we can muster evidence that the universe always existed. So, for example, the evidence would suggest that all beginnings happen within time, which means time itself can't have a beginning. The evidence related to the Schrödinger equation indicates that the universe is defined for all moments in time. So we could, I guess, like those are like two good pieces of starting evidence.
Mhm. Well, so that you're talking about like the existence of time itself. I'm more so talking about specifically the infinite regression of time.
Mhm.
So like if you have, if you're saying that we've found evidence of the regression of infinite regression of time, then I would definitely love to hear that now.
Yeah, I just gave it.
Well, no, that was not proof. That was not proof of infinite regression of time.
It's evidence.
So
not
again,
proof, it's
we're going to
evidence.
say this again. Proof and evidence are different things.
Right. So I'm asking specifically about proof, though.
Oh, well, we agree that there isn't proof, but we're saying
Yeah.
there's evidence, and that's what separates this from a belief in God. There's no evidence for God. There is evidence for like infinite regress.
So what evidence do we have about infinite regression of time, because I do want to make sure that I'm hearing that correctly. So
Yeah.
as far as evidence of infinite regression of time, what is that?
Sure. So one piece of evidence is that all the beginnings we know of happen within time, which would suggest that beginnings are a thing that require time to exist in order to happen. What
How is
that
that
would
evidence?
indicate, because what evidence is something that, I don't know, like it's inductive evidence. We look around the world and all the instances of a beginning that we can find happen in time, all of them. There's no beginning that doesn't happen in time. What this
Does it make it
suggests,
impossible?
well, we're not talking about proof, we're talking about evidence. You keep
Right.
shifting back to like this is kind of like the shell game that I feel like we're playing, which is that you say, okay, there's no like deductive 100% proof, and we say, yeah, sounds good, and then you're like, well, therefore, you know, it's equal probabilities. It could be God or infinite regress. They're both equally plausible, and we're like, no, but there is evidence. We agree there isn't like 100% proof, but there is evidence. So we could suggest like we could go through and count like the number of beginnings that we've encountered, you know, like trillions of beginnings, you know, maybe even more than that. We combine that, and then we form like a very strong inductive case that all beginnings require time to occur. But if all beginnings require time to occur, that means that time itself cannot have a beginning. So then we would just have like an extremely high probability that infinite regress is true.
So for me, that sounds more like a theory than evidence. And the reason why I say that is that you're saying that time, like you, because we know that all beginnings happen within time. I don't think that necessarily means that time itself cannot also have a beginning, right? Like if time itself could have a beginning, you know, making that assumption that just because there are beginnings within time, that time itself cannot, I don't see the logic within that. So I don't see the logic in that enough to call it evidence as opposed to maybe like a theory, right?
No.
It's not even in the right category to be a theory.
Well, I mean, I'm just speaking like in terms of, you know, how do we get from, well, you know, all the beginnings that we've experienced or that we
This is
know.
called inductive evidence.
Yeah, because beginnings are a sequence of events.
Right.
Right. So we agree that something.
The beginnings is a particular type of sequence of events.
Right.
Time is, you could define it as the sequence of events. And so if a beginning is a particular type of sequence of events, how could you have a type of sequence of events without a sequence of events in the first place?
Well, I think that if it were to occur, it would have to occur outside of like the rules or the limitations of our universe. You know what I mean? And some people,
you can suppose that, but that doesn't mean that the evidence that was presented isn't evidence. You can have conflicting pieces of evidence for two conflicting viewpoints. This happens all the time. But to say it's not evidence is just to be incorrect.
Well, I'm saying there, like in terms of evidence, right? Something that can be proved or disproved.
That's not what evidence is.
Yeah, we're not talking about proof. We're talking about evidence. I don't know why this is
I'm sorry. So
difficult to stay on task.
Right. Evidence,
well, no, it's more so that like for me, I thought, yeah. So I think the disconnect
let me define it for you.
Yeah, because I think the disconnect is like
fact about
proof
the world.
And evidence can be seen as
right. So
like
analogous
or synonymous. Go ahead.
They're not synonymous at all. Evidence is a fact about the world, or some derivable fact from some formal system, perhaps, that is expected given a certain hypothesis. So under the hypothesis that time has no beginning, it is entirely expected that all beginnings happen within time rather than outside of time. And that's what we see when we look out into the world, that all of the beginnings happen within time. Hence, this is evidence for the hypothesis.
Okay, so beginnings within time, the beginnings happen within time. I agree with that. Right. And I wasn't saying that proof and evidence is synonymous. I was saying that there's a misconception about that. Like, you know what I mean? Like if someone's saying, oh, give me the proof, give me the evidence, you know, most people will think that you're asking for the same thing. That's why. But I do thank you for clarifying that. And so, yeah, so basically what I'm saying is like, yes, all beginnings happen within time.
Gotcha. All beginnings happen within time.
All beginnings happen, or I won't say
I think I may have proof for an infinite regress.
He just gave it to you.
Yeah, if you agree that all beginnings happen in time, that means time itself can't have a beginning because you would need time within time.
Not necessarily. I mean all beginnings.
Except for time,
within
right?
with
Now you're going to special plead.
no. I'm just saying all beginnings in terms of within our with all beginnings within our universe happens in time. Yes, I believe that. As far as what happened, beginnings that could happen outside of our universe, obviously none of us would know, right? But I'm just saying
Well,
that
I don't think the location or the universe matters, right? Because we're talking about a sequence of events. Are you saying that something can begin before it begins?
no, what I'm saying is like if we understand that, correct me if I'm wrong.
Can something begin after it
there's a certain
begins?
hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? And I want to hear from Dr. Blitz. But
Right, yeah, I definitely wouldn't
if
want to listen to me.
well, you have been very combative and like very dismissive, so no. But
I mean
no,
direct. I'm very
as far as
direct about
Dr. Blitz,
your points of
no,
argumentation that are abject
dismissive, but
failures because you think
no,
that words don't have meanings, but I actually do believe that words have
no.
meanings.
But
So when you
I'm
say
also
that
not
all
claiming to know
beginnings
everything,
happen
though.
inside of
Yeah.
time, then
No,
what you're
I'm
doing is saying
I'm
that
not claiming
time
to know
has a beginning
everything.
within time, which would be a contradiction.
I'm
It would
actually
just
not
mean that
claiming to
there's
know
no beginning.
everything. I'm open to learning. I don't have to be
I don't
right
think you
all the
are.
time, unlike you. But back to Dr. Blitz though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a scientific understanding that, or theory, I would say, that time in the universe
I actually can't hear
happened
anything that you're
at the
saying right
same
now. My
time.
headphones just died. Give me 1 sec.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
All right, I can hear you again.
Okay, so just tell me what are your thoughts on this statement? The time and the universe most likely happened at the same time.
I think it's incoherent.
Okay, so elaborate.
Yeah, so you can't say that time happened at a time.
Okay, so let me rephrase that. When the universe was created or started, time began.
You could say that.
Is this
I think it's
something that
kind
is
of incoherent, and
is that
it
something
also
that is
presupposes that the universe had a creation.
right? Or we can say when the universe started to exist, I guess. Or do you believe that the universe has always existed?
I'm agnostic on the issue.
Okay, so honestly, I'm in a similar position, but I feel like when you get into infinite regression, there is a level of um, I guess maybe benefit of the doubt that is given that to me is similar to when people give like the existence of God the benefit of the doubt, right? Where
You don't have to
they may
believe
point
that the universe has always existed. You don't have to believe
right.
that.
Well,
That doesn't,
you don't have to
like, you can be
believe it, but
agnostic
I
about it.
mean,
I'm agnostic about it.
yeah, you don't have to believe it. But I guess
But there
and
is
maybe this
evidence
comes
for it.
from right, and
That doesn't
maybe
mean that there's no evidence. It's just that there could be contrary evidence that suggests the former, or the evidence
the
just might not
former.
be strong enough for you to accept it.
Right, and I think that's what it is. I think that's what it boils down to. Because it's not like I'm saying that it's impossible that it could never happen. But I think that it's similar to like, okay, for example, right? Like what you said with how, there's evidence that supports it, but there also could be other evidence that we haven't seen yet that disproves it, right? And so you just kind of, you take it with a grain of salt and you just kind of form your own opinions about it. I think the same is done like when it comes to God, the existence of God.
But we don't
Some
have
people
any
may
evidence for
say,
God.
oh, hold on. Some people may say that they have evidence, right? Now you can observe the evidence and you decide whether or not you feel like it's actually like, substantial or not, right? And so I guess for me, with infinite regression, there's an aspect of it that, and this is not a thought that just came from me. You know, experts in the field also feel, they also this is a disputed thing about infinite regression, where you know
Not
it
amongst physicists, by the way.
So infinite regression is widely accepted as the most likely thing?
No, they just don't. There's just not an issue with it being the case.
Right,
Like
but are there...
physicists don't see like don't think that like an infinite regression is impossible. That's just not like a view that's held amongst physicists.
Right, and I'm not saying it's impossible either, you know what I mean? But I guess what I'm saying is like there's, or I can ask you, as a physicist, have you ever come across conversations or had conversations about this where people, colleagues in your field feel like, well, maybe this is not as likely?
Yeah, so there are people who hold the view that it's definitely has always existed, people who hold the view that it's definitely had a beginning, and people who hold an agnostic point of view. There are people from all camps.
Yeah, and so I mean,
but that's just
I
a
think
question
that
of weighing the evidence. It's not it doesn't
right,
have anything to do with faith.
right, no, and more so, like, yeah, with me being agnostic, like, I'm not terribly invested in like, oh God, it has to exist and da da da. I'm not. But like with what you were saying about with these opinions on or these viewpoints of infinite regression of time, it's not so clear and cut. Even if we do have certain
Nobody
evidence,
ever said that it was like clear cut, definitely 100% it must be the case that the universe didn't have a beginning. Nobody. I
yeah.
mean,
Well,
I don't know if
I think
anybody's
it
ever
can
said that
come
either.
across like that if I'm just like pointing out like, hey, we don't have proof of this thing, and then and I don't think that this
But we
was
have
your guys'
evidence.
intentions. Where
I
no,
don't
but
know how many
I
times
get
to
what you're
say it.
saying,
We're
but
not
I
saying
guess
we
what I'm
have proof.
saying
We're
is
saying
there's a little bit of
we have
pushback.
evidence,
Yeah.
right? So
Right. No,
the
and I get
evidence
that, and I do
for
want to
an
learn
infinite
more about that.
universe does exist. The evidence
hmm
for a God does not exist. And even if you didn't have evidence, you could just use the logic of Occam's razor. It's much more simplistic to believe the stuff that we already know exists, the universe around us, time, space, that it just always existed in some form or another, rather than jumping to the idea that once it didn't exist, which we have no evidence for, and that not only did it not exist, but it only came into existence because a sky fairy caused it to come into existence. Another thing there's absolutely zero evidence for. One of those two has a lot more assumptions than the other. The thing that has a lot less assumptions is, yeah, the thing that we know exists just always existed.
Well, yeah, I definitely want to learn more about the evidence of, that time has always existed, that there was no starting point. I do want to learn more about that evidence, because, yeah, if it's evidence that really removes a lot of the assumptions or removes a lot of the doubt, that maybe that things could have been different. I definitely would like to know that. You know what I mean? Yeah, because just from my perspective, like it just felt as if there was this certain benefit of the doubt that had to be given, or it similar to the benefit of the doubt that theists give. But yeah, thank you. I definitely want to learn more about that. And I think too the aspect of infinite regression of time that kind of like stumped me or just was like, and Dr. Bliss, like I really want to hear your perspective of this, like just in general. Like, how do you feel that infinite regression supports what we understand about time? Not like, I'm not talking about time itself. I'm more so talking about the characteristics of time. So like, or the temporal logical rules of time that we know, and how, you know, infinite regression kind of supports it, and maybe how in other ways it may not so much. Like,
I
tell me
don't think
about
it
that.
has any impact at all on the way that we think about time.
Well, I mean, like, just give me in general, what do you say you feel like it doesn't impact, like the infinite regression of time doesn't impact what we understand about time at all?
At all.
That's interesting to me. Why do you feel that way?
Either there was a first moment or there wasn't. That doesn't impact the way that we typically understand time via like some sort of B theory today. Like it's just irrelevant.
Okay, so you're saying that like when in terms of causes and effects, that a uncaused cause is not needed at all within
You
that
don't need an
within
uncaused
a
cause.
sequence.
Whether the universe had a first moment or not, you don't need an uncaused cause.
Okay, and so tell me more about how is that? What is the evidence for that? The evidence that an uncaused cause is not needed.
Well, I can give you physical models that don't rely on an uncaused cause for these are physical models that do have a beginning of time, but they don't rely on an uncaused cause to create that beginning. There's some physical mechanism that causes it.
Interesting.
Or there's some physical description of the way that time began. And alternatively, there are models that have an eternal past, that there is no first day. And in those models, there's no first cause even to be had because there's not even a first moment. So in neither case do you need an uncaused cause.
So tell me, what do those models look like physically?
Which one?
The first one.
So the kind of go-to model here is something called the Hartle-Hawking state. Essentially, you have a timeless state prior. I'm using prior loosely here. You have a timeless state prior to the first moment of time, and then at a specific location in the timeless state, time begins.
And how are you measuring this? How are you observing it?
This is a model. We're talking about models here.
Okay, like explain it to me like I'm 5. That's what I'm saying.
This is like a mathematical conception of the way the universe could be.
Okay, so this is
better described as a theory.
As a theory, okay.
This is a consistent theory of a way the universe could have a first moment of time without requiring an uncaused cause.
Okay.
And it's like consistent, it's valid. So like it's at least not evident that having a first moment of time requires an uncaused cause, because I can give you an example of a way it could be that doesn't require an uncaused cause.
Okay, so it's caused by something, and you said
it's not caused by anything. It's more of like a spatial location. That'd be like saying left is caused by right.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to get an example, like something similar to what would be, because I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but basically I'm trying to. Why don't you tell me the second model? Because I'm looking
just
for
any model like you can think of eternal inflation, you can think of any series of kind of recollapse and re-expansion models. There's like 100 of these.
Okay, so yeah, because I'm looking for something that kind of goes away from like this idea that something can, because when I hear uncaused, when I hear something that doesn't need an uncaused cause, right? So something that, like,
to be clear, when we're talking about like the way the universe is nowadays, in terms of we have a hard cutoff soon. In terms of like physical models and like the way that we actually do physics today, the language of cause never comes up. We never use the language of cause because causes are they're like an outdated mode of thinking. It's like 2,000 years old. We just don't use that language anymore. We talk about physical models, we talk about laws of nature, and then those physical models behave in certain ways, and that's it. We just don't like this notion of like uncaused causes. Like it's just not like you will not find that in a single physics textbook. I don't know, maybe in the last 150 years.
Okay. So what do you feel like is a more like pertinent aspect then? Would you say, instead of considering like
there are
the
states
uncaused
of
cause?
affairs, and those states of affairs can be causally linked to other states of affairs. They can be, they don't have to be. So like, for example, we can say that right now, today, at, I don't know, August 24th, the things that are happening right now are causally linked to the things that are happening in a similar location yesterday. And they're also causally linked to the things in this similar location that will happen tomorrow. And those causal links can either be there or not, depending on how the universe is. In the case of a first moment of time, what's happening is that you have something, it's called the character, or the characteristic of the space-time changes. It changes not as a result of something causing it to change, but it's just because of the way the geometry is. The space-time geometry. It's just like think about like a straight line curving. Like it's straight and then it curves. The whole thing Nothing caused it to curve. It just is that way.
So
Nothing
there's no
caused it to go from straight to
catalyst.
curved. It just is.
So you feel like there's no catalyst or force
It doesn't even make sense
behind
to
the
talk about when
action?
we're talking about time.
Okay.
Like
Interesting.
imagine a line that's, so you draw on a sheet of paper a line that's straight for one segment and a line that's curved in the second half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that the straight line caused the curved line?
No, not so much, but maybe
No,
I would
it's just all
consider.
there. The curved
Yeah.
line doesn't have a cause any more than the straight line
Yeah.
does.
Is there a consideration of like, okay, what is happening around this line that potentially, you know what I mean, could have made it veer? Like, is there?
So in this view, the straight line is the part of the universe that doesn't have time, and the curved line is the part of the universe that does have time. At some point, as you're going along the straight line, you will run into a part where it starts to curve. But that doesn't, and so that would be the first day. But that doesn't mean that the first day was caused by the earlier straight line. It's just a place where it goes from being straight to being curved.
Do you feel like there could have been, not to say that the straight line caused it, but there could have been something that caused it, or you feel like no, there's no.
It doesn't even make sense to talk about. Like maybe you could say the laws of physics caused the universe to be in such a way that that's the way time emerges. But we don't typically think of laws of physics as having causal power. We think of them as being descriptive. But look, Orange Moon. Dane Cook over here does have a hard cutout 4 minutes ago. So and he's currently the host. He's currently the one live streaming. So we have to let you go and end the live stream.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. I learned a lot, and yeah, I think that's what these debates are about. So, thank you.
Sure, have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Keep in mind that conversation didn't have anything to do with God.
No.
But yeah, so sorry for letting that go.
Many
so long.
such cases.
Let's read the super chats really quick, and then you can get off, Justin.
Yeah, I think what she's trying to say is, well, you don't have evidence for an infinite regression. I don't have evidence for God. Therefore, it's 50-50, and you should not just default to no God, but she had a hard time getting there. Adam, thank you for the super chat. Adam says, this chat is super, and I agree, this is a super chat. And our friend Dalton says, the Bible guy here, you three are the GOAT, a better crossover even than the Avengers. And I've got one thing to say to you, Dalton. Where the fuck have you been? Every time I open up TikTok, I think to myself, why is Dalton not live streaming anymore? Where has he been?
Nobody knows.
Where did he go? We miss you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. Miko, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, in the UK, the 41st day of the year is 10-2. So does that make it 10 tables of 2 commandments? This might have been said, I'm a wee bit behind. We didn't get there, but that's actually a really good point. This notion of the 10-2 only matters depending on where you're putting the month and a day. And even the year, really.
Even most of the world actually does it in the other order.
Yeah. America's weird in that one. All right, friends, thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry we can't go longer. Ian and Blitz, are you guys being live later today?
I'm gonna go consult. I'm gonna go consult my manager in the other room, and then we'll see.
All right, fantastic.
Yes, I'm going to
the old ball and chain.
No, you're not even married. You're not allowed to say that. I don't do lives. I don't do my own lives on Sunday, so you'll see me next on Monday.
Fantastic. All right, I'm going to be live here at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time on the Atheist Experience. And then that's it. Then we'll see everybody this week. You guys be alive during the week?
Yeah, as usual.
Dope. Can't wait. All right, guys. It's great seeing you. Have a good one.
Yep.
Take care.
All right. Good work, gang.
GG.